Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to PlanetsCon Live 2025. Thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate seeing all of you here, and I know that we're going to see our viewers crawl up as we get going. I just want to welcome everyone to the PlanetsCon this year. We're going to have a slightly shorter run this year, so it won't be the 6-hour marathon that we've enjoyed. We should be done about 4.5, maybe 5 hours at the most. And we've got a great lineup today. PlanetsCon Live doesn't happen without players contributing content. I'm just here to talk and make things up as I go, maybe ask some questions. But without our contributors, our panelists, our presenters, we wouldn't have PlanetsCon Live. So if you've got content that you want to share with your fellow players, it doesn't matter what level you're in. We need something for beginners, for intermediate, and experts. You don't have to be an expert to present. Just share your knowledge. Every level of player can benefit from what you might have to share. So as many of you guys know, I've recently joined the Planets admin team. It's been a great experience so far. It's been nice to kind of get to know Joshua and Big Beefer in a more closely working way. We have lots of interesting conversations. So I want you guys all to know that we're very focused on how we can make this game be the best it can be for everybody, how to grow the player base. And I want you to know that the impetus for how I ended up on this is because I went to Joshua saying I wanted to talk about player community and player engagement. And probably like a lot of you guys, I think it's been kind of an interesting year on Planets.nu. So Joshua said, if you got some thoughts on it, join us. And so it's been really interesting, kind of getting a look behind the curtain. And I want you to know that we're really focused on some growth. We think that if we can grow the user base, then there can be more resource dedication to Planets.nu. And I also want you to know that Joshua and the team are really looking at how we do that. My role in that is player engagement, community, player community. And if you've got thoughts on how we can improve that, let me know. I am paying attention to a lot of the different kinds of conversations going on. And some of you guys I might reach out to as well. But if you have thoughts, send me a message on either in the messaging to my profile, Griffin, or send an email to admin@planets.nu or use the contact. It's probably the better way to do it. And I'm here to help you. Now, for PlanetsCon Live, one of the things I told Joshua when he asked me to join the team was like, I would like to keep this as a player event. So everything that I'm doing here in PlanetsCon Live is as it was for the last couple of years. And since 2019, this is a players helping player event. So again, thanks everyone for being here. We're going to start off with our first presentation, which is from our brand new Emperor KJN. He's got a total breakdown and recap of the championship battle of 2025. So I hope you will enjoy what he's got to share with you. And we're going to get started on that right away. We will be doing a live Q&A, so I encourage you to ask questions as you're watching. Behind the camera over there is Gideon Braver. He's paying attention to everything you post, and he will funnel those questions to me, and we will have our brand new Emperor with us after this video. Enjoy.
Hello fellow Planeteers, I want to show you my perspective on the 2025 championship game that ended this week. That has certainly been the most intense game I've played so far. I liked it. I liked it very much. Not all of it, but most of it. So, first of all, why did I pick Borg? Well, Borg is an extremely strong race once you have a reasonable fleet. I had played it only once before, and I got a pretty good fleet and good advantage. But I felt it could actually, I could have done much better. I think that there was a lot of potential missing still. So I wanted to try this and try to get the most of it. So I think this felt like a nice challenge, and that is actually the part I enjoy the most: shipbuilding in the beginning and trying to plan the game in an effective way. So in the beginning, I was discussing with Koski, who is in my team, and I jokingly told him I thought I could get 20 cubes by ship limit around turn 25, 26. And I said, "Oh, you can do that. Then you have to pick Borg." No, so we picked Borg because also, I mean, otherwise I would have maybe picked a Lizard, but I'm not very comfortable, and I like the carrier race because it's more powerful and you can really dominate at a certain point. So, plan for victory. I mean, actually, I thought, okay, I need to build a huge fleet, but to do that, I really needed to be at peace with my neighbors and to not have any immediate threats. No, because Borg is very strong, but in the beginning it's not that weak, but it's vulnerable, no? Especially for certain races like the privateers. No, so I thought my approach was to try to make peace at any cost. No, so I would try to offer good deals to almost anybody that wanted to listen to me, and then these deals would like okay, even be conditioned, not even be conditional on the fact of being a neighbor, so that they could almost not refuse. No, so deal peace with the neighbors at any cost, and then even with other players as a side effect, I would also trade fire clouds. So no exclusivity on the fire clouds, which obviously would be very nice to have, but that gives a lot of risks because people want them to steal them from you, and so they might attack you. So it'll be easier to just give them, and maybe you even get a good trade from them, so they can develop properly, I can develop properly, and we're all more successful. No? In the end, maybe I'm a little bit more successful than they are, but okay, that doesn't matter to me. Early diplomacy. I think people know in these games the diplomacy is done in the first 5, 6 turns. You know, even once the races are allocated. So I contacted everybody in no at least until I had my neighbors narrowed down. Um, then I try to like no propose them straight from the start that I could give them a good trade in return for peace, or maybe even some other advantage included. No, but most of all, it was like just fire clouds for peace, and then maybe some Lokis or some meteors or whatever was necessary. Um, so, I mean, I managed to. I came out after 5 turns that I thought, okay, this is like a very strong start. You know, so I was especially happy that I managed to make a deal with the Feds, who was actually in my cluster on the map. So I was very vulnerable. You are very vulnerable to if you share a cluster with another player because you cannot see them coming, and it's really like even a carrier race can come in and squash you in a couple of turns. You know. So I was very happy to have that narrowed down. Then on the other side, I had found out a bit late even because I didn't think he replied to me, which already made me a little bit suspicious, but still. So I had Rebel, who only wanted to do like peace till turn 20. So I said, okay, didn't talk to him, but I had already spoken to his other neighbor, Fury, and then he had already explained to me that he was planning to do a headshot. So I was actually pretty confident there. No, so he actually even requested from me that I would not make too deep deals with Rebel. So I was perfectly happy that Rebel didn't want to. He wanted to. So we had like a nap till turn 20, which in my book means okay, I will squash you on turn 21. No, so actually then so I got pretty nice deals. All these deals, I think they were pretty favorable for the other side. So, for example, privateers got fire clouds for meteors. Fury got like fire clouds and biocides for a couple of poppers. Have come fire clouds for fighter building, and Ixtal fire clouds for nothing because there's nothing really uh, that in the ship list that is useful to me. But okay, I would then like get a support in a campaign, no, either defensive or offensive. No, so actually I didn't get peace with the two neighbors, but I got I think even something better because then I got like one neighbor we had peace with, and the other neighbor I could actually attack pretty early, which is unusual. But the road was there, no, because Fury would soften him up, and then I could like come in later, no. So the first turns. Well, you can see here the agreements I made with feds, privateers, uh, with Ixtal, and with Crystal and Com and Fury, which are green, and the other players I had no agreements with. But also, I mean, I was not really interested in having agreements because I think these were all like either potential targets, and I think also making a deal with robots was not very favorable for me because they were surrounded by my friends, so it might give potential uh, uh, issues later. So actually, to have the com there also gave me uh, like a little bit of a finger in the pie on the whole board, so I knew everything was going on. And of course, now I was already like possible to see what was going to happen. No, because I think it was quite obvious that Empire would be eliminated rather quickly. No, and well, and I already knew that Fury would attack Rebel early, but in any case, it was kind of obvious seeing the map. Uh, and I was obviously expected that Lizard would do either would attack one of its neighbors. It didn't happen, very unexpectedly, but I cannot I cannot understand that. But okay, that's possible. Um, and okay, maybe something had to be clarified at the top of the map, which okay, maybe feds would either attack robots or it would work with robots with the privateers. Uh, I mean, something would have to happen there because okay, we had this peace agreement, but maybe he would just wait it out and attack me after, or even break the agreement, not in the character of the player, but I mean, it's a championship game, so it was not unexpected. No, so let's take a look at the other one. So I was for the diplomacy, I was really happy, and also I think that the map was that part. I think felt really confident, so I could focus on the economy. No, and the economy. Well, this is the part of the game I like the most. Actually, sometimes I jokingly say, okay, maybe we can just stop after a ship limit. We can just count the ships. Then we can award the prize, but that's not the game, unfortunately. So anyway, I worked very hard in the 2 3 weeks before the game started. I looked at a lot of games and I tried to like find a concept, no, and that helped me like get to the an edge, no? So with a very strong edge, because I think that normally it's very important uh, that you are very quick. So you quick develop, you get the clans out, you get the mines and factories, and you like have to move as quickly as possible because I think you all know that if you are like having the same fleet you would normally have at turn 25, if you have it at turn 22, it is like a huge advantage because around turn 20 the production really starts to be explosive. No, so I think the last turn I had, I built 6 carriers, 6 biocides, 2 fire clouds, and a meteor and a Loki. So it was a no, it was all at the end. It worked very well. No, I think the key for me was because also by a peculiarity of the map, actually there were a lot of warp 7 connections. So I could, instead of doing the typical large freighter, 2, 3 large freighters, or no, I could, or maybe 2 large freighter and a fire cloud. I could do two super large freighters, you know. Um, and these, but because I could build them with warp 7, no. So of course it's a very it's a lot of money you're spending, and 3,000 might not sound like too much in a big picture, but in the first 10 turns, 3,000 is like a huge amount. No, so oh, the 3,000 is for the upgrade from tech level 6 to tech level 10. So then okay, you spend 3,000 somewhere. You have to save it somewhere else, especially if you do not want to like have to switch to building like B200s and small freighters and anything else that is really not that doesn't have the same impact on the logistics. No, so to save the money, I could then not build transwarp ships, at least on my home world. I did not build transwarp ships on my home world until turn 60, when I started to queue biocides on most planets. Um, no, and also I could save on the tube, so I built some actually because I was quite safe on both sides. Or at least I was bluffing a bit, but I was hoping I was. No, and if I wasn't, okay, maybe even a fire cloud, if it has warp 4, if it has Mark 4 or Mark 3 or Mark 1, it really doesn't matter because it's not a ship that can fight in any way. No, and if you need a, so in any case, if somebody would be coming, I would build immediately a annihilation with Mark 7 or Mark 4, and that would be my ship to delay, and then I would come with either more annihilations or biocides and to not to resist. And then I had, of course, some agreements with privateers and Crystal that they would help me defend in case of something bad happens. So I could like I could try it. No, I mean I have to take some risk to win. Uh, so actually, then I could do a very logistically focused build with a huge amount of freighters and fire clouds and no, and that really, I mean, I could talk about this in a great amount of detail, but you can look at the game, you can see, I mean, that really I managed to get things up and running like very quickly, no? And the STFs, okay, of course. So most of the time, let's say you want to build the second base, you need 2 freighters because you have to. One needs to bring the minerals, and the other one needs to bring the clans. But with STF, you have in one turn you can already bring uh, both the base and the clans, and probably you have some extra clans to even continue exploring. No, so you win like easily one turn, maybe even more. No, so first you gain 1 turn at the beginning at this cost, which I just mentioned. But okay, then later the same thing repeats, no? Because in other situations also you win 1 or 2 turns because you need less ships, no? And also, what for me is very important, I try to build very few Warp 1 ships because unless they are like very light ships, so I can overdrive them because I do not like my ships, especially the first 10, 15 turns, that any towing because that is just a waste of ship slots. So especially ideally, every ship does something, and they don't have to rely on another ship to help them with it. No? So no towing, just all ships with warp 5, wave 7 engines. As you can overdrive warp 5 to warp 7. It's not ideal, but you can do it. No, and then I had some fire clouds going out everywhere to build up the 5 6 logistics centers which I would need to build like the full uh, bases. No, um, so let's see a little bit. So that was doing very well. So we had like a pretty low ship limit, but I like it because that is also, I think, it makes the game tougher for everybody. And I think if it's tough, it's more interesting. So I think that if you look at what I had here, I mean, this was actually because before I had said 20 biocide by turn 25, 26. I actually are 20 cubes. I actually managed 20 cubes by turn 23. Um, and I think turn 24 was when the limit hit. So I was pretty, I mean, I was like extremely happy. No, I think also combining this with my diplomatic arrangement, I was starting to be like pretty optimistic about the game. No, so if you also compare it with the other players, you see that I had much more. But Rebel was my neighbor actually was not doing badly, and okay, the Feds uh, they were also my other neighbor. It's not that good as I thought he had much more because you can see with Feds it's difficult to understand because they can refit. So the older ships, they are like even like the Merlins were heavy phasers, transwarp after refits. So these are a huge amount of points. So I think we are all on the board overestimated a little bit the Feds because I had these rushes. So he had like a very sneaky arrangement with my other neighbor done from turn one, for what I've seen. No, when they all did like, oh no, I don't know who is there. But anyway, so they had this very quickly. So no, and they probably were like thinking that I think both were hoping that the other guy would take care of me. So anyway, apart from this, Fat Six rushes not that much compared to what you can look, for example, at Izo's game when he did the last when he did his Izo and Koski when they did their championship. They had the automato cloning. I think they had like 20 automata. So I think what Fats here, six rushes actually. I mean, was much more. I thought was much more frightening when I saw the scoring than if I saw actually what he really had. Um, Also because the Russians do very well against carriers, but against like the other combinations, let's say the T-Rex plus carrier, or even like other ships, other combos, they do the same. No? And against the base, actually, they do very badly. No? So, okay. Anyway, what I meant to say is here. I think here, I mean, was like vindicated. No, that the boar pig started to work out very well. No, so okay, then let's say the first phase of the game. It was actually pretty predictable. I think, well, of course, EEE with Black Lung, it was eliminated really quickly. Now, of course, there was a lot of drama in the feed, but it really was not unexpected. So what happened? Actually, I had an agreement with Com, who channeled to my base because I had like a base set up for him after ship limit to build fighters for me, and then Lizard sneaked in. So I was always a little bit dubious if that was organized or not. Later I found it was not, but at that point I thought, okay, maybe they are like trying to trick me. But okay, I had on the other side, I had a popper because I had an agreement with Fury, and I was like, I had my suspicions. So I had a popper plus carrier on kill, a lizard. So not kill because com was coming. So on kill and on enemy lizard. And then, okay, so I killed three uh, lizard cross cruisers. Uh, well, a bit unexpectedly, but okay. I was not unhappy about that. That was around turn 30. Uh, then Fury, who attacked Rebel early, but he had he did it badly. So he, he his headshot was like completely ruined. Anyway, and then I joined the attack later, right after ship limit, I think around turn 25. So not too much, but okay. Then I started to like we had a cluster in between us. I started to take the whole cluster. And also I reduced them very strongly on planets, and we'll look at that later. And on the other side, the Feds, who actually initially seemed to want to work with robots, because I did not want to give. Uh, the Feds any carriers. I should have like be a little bit suspicious that he did not insist too much. So actually, he should have worked out. He had a agreement with Rebel already very early. Okay, anyway, so they were fighting. Okay, and these I will look at later. And also first, so let's take a look at the Rebel War. No, so which was on my north. I was hoping that okay, Fury was would decimate Rebel, and then I would just come in and consolidate, and then I would be the laughing third party. But unfortunately, it was not like this, because first of all, Fury they completely missed the headshots. So actually, one ship they ran out of fuel in space, so that was like acquired by Rebel, and then Rebel actually could develop properly, So Smee is actually a very good player, and he had like a huge fleet. Like we saw before, it was like the second fleet after mine. No, so actually, and he had an agreement with Feds to refit and to give Lokis, and even had a capture ship for the. He had a capture. What was it, Missouri, for the both for fire clouds clearly and for the cloaked the D7s etc. So and he had so what I already mentioned was this help from Feds, but Feds said, oh, I will not help too much, but okay, I mean we can never be certain, also because Feds had peace with me, but he did not have peace with Fury, so he could, I mean, just say, okay, give me two of these carriers, these rushes you have, and I drive to Fury, and nobody could say anything. No, and the robots. He also during the whole game, I had sometimes some little bit of problem with robots, and he started to lay mines for Rebel, and then there was some other stuff. No, so we had like a bird ship showing up in space, which then I told. Fury, okay, kill these ships, because, and then we said, oh no, I don't know what happened, but okay, that's just a normal planet's life. Uh, so and then even we had a Falcon coming from Lizard. So actually, I was looking at Koski's game, the very high standard, and they had like this area where there were like 8 races like fighting each other. I said, okay, what is going on? If I'm not careful, I end up with this, no? So that's why I asked like privateers to join us. So and then I could because I had already taken his whole the cluster in between. So he was like very reduced on planets. So I think okay, now we're going to wait till turn 50. So he has to have what how many 10 planets, so then we're going to hit a couple of them, so we try to foff him, and so we don't, because I didn't really want to like full on engage his fleet, not with enemy set. I invited him a couple of times to intercept my fleet, but he didn't, so it was a little bit of a standoff, so okay, better than okay, then I asked the privateers, can you join to balance things? And then okay, I mean, Rebel he just decides to quit. So this is the first drama of the game, but it's not only that. He also decides to give his whole fleet, which are 11 rushes, which is the biggest fleet after mine. When I was before it was 12, but we captured one, and then he would give this fleet to Feds. No, so I mean now Feds we had like okay, so anyway, it was like panic, in the sector. So anyway, I negotiated with Feds. I told Feds, listen, Feds, if you keep the ships, I'm going to fight you. Even I'm going to break the peace agreement, and we're going to fight you. I'm going to blitz you. Your whole. I mean, you might have 11 rushes there, but we're going to stop these rushes with probably with about house help from Crystal, whatever. So we're going to block these rushes, and I'm going to kill your whole system. And then I mean, I cannot. I know we have a peace agreement, but this is not normal, no. So anyway, then I managed to convince him to convert the first. I mean, first proposal was he would land this fleet. I said this is probably best for you. Nobody will. I mean, people will actually think you're a good guy. Okay, he did not want this, so what we did, we like converted the fleet in priority points. So I would like, he would, I would kill them with the ship, and or he would kill, I would give them to me and kill them, etc. So that we did. No, it was still like a huge gift, no, to the to the feds. Um, but okay, at least it was like manageable. But still, I mean, ended up like I don't remember exactly, maybe like 70 priority points and like 15, 20, no 15 logistic ships, no, like freighters, like this. How do you call it? The Guardian, or what is this? This mine layer. So and I mean, pretty good for doing nothing. No, so anyway, this was like the first time. I mean, it's pretty upsetting thing to happen. So I don't. I mean, it happens obviously, but anyway, I would also say the other hand, I managed to both destroy the. I mean, I managed. At the end, I did not. It's not like I managed, but the outcome was that the rebel fleet was destroyed. Uh, even was converted into PP, okay, still destroyed. And I had like defeated Rebel without any losses, no. So and yeah, it's not that it wasn't obviously not ideal, but also not that bad, no, because also I would not have made very losses because I would just have hit like 3 or 4 planets with the my mobility. I could hit planets in the periphery of. He would not survive for turn 50. It's not possible, no. And it would probably, maybe I would lose like 2 biosides. So not that that would probably have been better for me, because taking out 40 ships would bring me much closer to the ship limit. And with the ship limit, once the ship limit hits, and for Borg, it's very good to have a ship limit, especially if you have like 80, 90 planets. It's like amazing. No, so anyway, this was the first. This was the Rebel War. No. Um, okay, then we come to the second drama, which is the Fed robot war. No, so what happened? I think that Fed and robot they traded, and they actually wanted to work together, and I think they wanted to both to get to attack Fury, which obviously was like meant to weaken me, because I was like becoming too dangerous. But I don't think they managed to work it out. Maybe like both of them, they're both strong characters, so they didn't like manage to get to a deal, and they actually went to war. No, now, and this war actually it went pretty strangely, because Fed went on very strong, and he like attacked with rushes. He had these Fed rushes, which are extremely strong against the golems. No, so it's like I think like one rush destroyed the 3 golems. No? So it was like so he had an initial success, but he kind of got stuck because he had initial success. So he went with the 2 rushes and some support ships, but then okay, he destroyed the whole Fed fleet, but it was not enough because 2 rushes, 1 rush gone. Now he had single rush in robot territory, and you cannot destroy an empire with a single rush, no? So I had not brought Fire Cloud with him. For me, very strange, no? So because if there's one thing that I've learned from other players like Batman, Joshua, and my favorite, which is Bird. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. That if you attack, you have to kill quickly. So otherwise, people they get organized. They call friends. They call in favors. They prostrate themselves to anybody who wants, and they bring like the universe on top of you, no? So if you go in, for me, I always try my my personal objective. If I attack, I want to kill in 10, 15 turns. But here he was like, he did not even, he had fire clouds from me, 8 fire clouds, but he did not even bring 1 fire cloud. He said because he was afraid of losing them. But okay, I mean, so he got stuck. And then, of course, yeah, he organized robots, organized the defense, no? He got privateers involved and even Crystal, because they were both like scared shitless that if robots would like drop, they would be next, no? And that's not better to fight in somebody else's territory than in your own, no? So I think that was all very, very uh, easy to foresee in the end. And I think that maybe I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not, everybody plays their own game, but I think Fed should have like these, make sure he had some support and that somebody could help him. And he should have moved much quicker because Robert was there for, he was destroyed. He would have, okay, lose another rush, but then it's done, no? And then you go to the next guy. At least I mean, you don't get any trouble. No. So anyway, of course, this got Fed got like very frustrated, and he then like he starts to bug me to help. Okay, I have to help because it's not nice. I mean, they're all helping each other, which yeah, okay, that's like the game. And he also has, I think he probably also has help from Com and from Vest, but he also did it like in a little bit of a way. I mean, not very friendly way, more like if you don't, I'm going to give my fleet to the privateers or to whoever. No, just I'm going to make you pay. No, so anyway, that is yeah, I mean, what can you answer to that? I mean, it's not like I was already having my front with Rush, with at that point I was still having my front with the rebel, and I mean, also he cannot do too much because he's already fighting 3 guys. If he like makes me, I mean, it's not a winning plan, no, to try to antagonize me because I'm his neighbor, and okay, no. So anyway, so that was like the deal on the table. You either help me or I give my fleet to privateers, uh, which I refused, and then he gave his whole fleet to me. So okay, I said okay. Well, I'm not going to discuss this with you. I don't think this is appropriate, but okay. Anyway, so this was the second time, like a huge, because now actually it was like the both the Fed fleet and what remained of the rebel fleet from previously, no? So anyway, I did not know how it was not a pleasant situation, and I think also it was done a little bit to spite me because in his logic with this huge fleet, everybody would like go on top of me, and I would like be eliminated quickly. Okay, so anyway, this is the situation. So I decided to like divide the fleet. No, I mean a little bit in proportion to what the fleets we already had. I'm not sure. I could also have landed it. Maybe that was actually, I think, maybe a second thought. Landing it was maybe better, less criticism, that I was gifted the game, and then I could like it would have been very favorable for me because then the queue would start running at turn 70 with I have 100 planets. I mean, it would have get 3 cubes every couple of turns. It would be the same massacre which we now had in the last 10 turns when the queue started finally running. I mean, you can see, you can look at the game. I had like 50 cubes, and every turn I would get 5, 6 new cubes. It was like a total massacre, no? It just like the. So anyway, maybe I should have done that, but I did not want to keep it because I said, okay, keep it. I did not want it. I did not ask for it, and okay. And okay, of course, if I kept it, I would fight everybody, which is also, I mean, okay, it happens. Has happened before. It's not pleasant, to be honest, but okay, it happens. I could have dealt with it, and even then, not necessarily you have to fight everybody because somebody will say, "Why should I participate? I don't care in like playing 6 to 1." But okay. I've done 6 to 1, and I've actually managed. So it can some a bit luck, but it happens. So anyway, this is what we. This was the second drama. No, so now I mean, now I'm not saying okay. Also because I think I'm running a little bit out of time. So there was still much more drama coming after this because okay, there was some because okay, at a certain point, Com asked me, okay, can you attack Com and Bird together? They asked me to attack Lizard, which I said, okay, which already a little bit suspicious to me. You know, I mean, just okay, I'm a very suspicious guy. I'm not sure how it was behind the scenes, but okay, maybe they will. Maybe when I meet these guys, they can explain to me. But okay, it was a little bit suspicious because I think if somebody wants you to do something, they want to do something else. So anyway, I was okay, yeah, sure, of course, why not? And but then I saw like and then we had some make some deal. But then Bird started making deals with Fed. Say, hey, stop that, no? And then I said, okay, let's step a little bit back from our agreement. But I think he did not really uh, understand it the same way as I did. So for me, my bird agreement was more or less done, and for him, it was still in place. So when I then attacked him and turned 80, he got very upset. Okay, anyway, it happens. No, and then okay, well, then I was like, I had like my own planets, which I got from the Rebel campaign. I got for planets from Fats, and I now had and I now had bird planets. I now had 150 planets, so it was now more than enough. So anyway, I could just I was to turn 90 now, so I could just wait the game out. But I thought, okay, so okay, I want to try to get to 200 planets, you know, because 200 planets, game finishes a little bit earlier, and I get like a couple of badges and things like that. So first of all, I tried to do a diplomatic solution. I almost had that, so people would give me a couple of planets. I would fight over some planets with. Oh no, sorry, I should. So I'm still missing a part. So okay, around turn 100, I think maybe a little bit earlier. So Ixtal and Lizard, they decide to make a last ditch attempt. So they attack privateers, but privateers is friendly with me, and I think okay, we can take out one piece, and then maybe we can, because Madison was friendly not with me but with privateers. So they thought, and I think they were right. They think, okay, once we eliminate privateers, robots will join us, and then Com will also join us. Com was helping a little bit, but I think Com was also friendly with me. But that's okay. We do that, and then we have like 4 or 5 people joining in, and then we can have like a big finale where we like make Class suffer. Class is me, by the way. But okay, that that was like very obvious to me. So actually, then I jumped in like almost immediately. I made say, okay, listen. I said, I told to come. Okay, why do you? I mean, lay off. I mean, you will get second place, but you will never get better than second place, even if this works, no? So I mean, this is, and you have to do nothing, and we can be, I mean, we're already friendly, we can stay friendly, just lay off a little bit against privateers. So that was one thing that was already like taking off a lot of speed out of their attack. And then okay, then I attacked Crystal, which was the weakest in this mini alliance, no? And then okay, Crystal, also Crystal, then decided to quit because they said, okay, I cannot resist this, and I also don't like the game, and this is all bullshit. So he then gives his fleet to Lizard. No, and then okay, and then I start fighting Lizard over the Ixtal planets, over the crystal planets. Uh, which I think, okay, I know over time I will win because I have like much more. My fleet is much bigger, but I have to be careful, no, because I have still made 20 cubes because okay, I lost a couple and I got some priority points back to make new ones. But okay, anyway, I still had more or less the fleet I had in the beginning with some fat ships, but not much because I had like two from this fleet. I mean, a lot of crappy ships, logistic ships, which I already had a lot of. And okay, I had two Novas, but I lost these attacking the bird planets because once the planets become over 1 million, you even lose the novas. No, so anyway, the novas were already gone. So I had like my original fleet. At Lizard now had the fleet of him and the crystal fleet. Okay, but okay, more or less was a little bit. So he was more or less what I had, but okay, Borg is in the end is stronger because a cube kills like I think over you kill two T-Rexes and you trade so you fight T-Rex, Madonzilla T-Rex or something like that against the cube, and then you win. But you also lose like the Lizard now lost 3 ships. I lose one, and okay, at the end, I mean, it doesn't work out, no. So okay, where was I? Okay, so I was having this fight with Crystal. Then I tried to do okay. So I was now at like 170 planets, something like that. If Crystal would have just fought me, I would have gotten to 200. But now it was no longer that easy. So I tried to make a diplomatic solution. I would get some planets from Fury, which is, but Fury said, okay, give the planets if robots also gives the planets, because I do not want to end below robots. But that robot said, okay, nothing like that, and he actually became a little bit. So we had like not really peace, but I said, okay, let's leave the guy because I was like, it was not a threat, and okay. But I mean, I was a little bit annoyed with various actions he had taken over the game, and say, okay, listen, you give me the planets or I attack you. And I, no, I'm not going to give you the planets. Okay, then I attacked him, and I think I attacked him at turn 120. It took like very short, and he was like obviously also very upset. So drama on the feet, etc. But I said, okay, listen, I gave you a lot of choices, so this is what happens. So 100, I think it took like 5 turns because I had like so much. He had like nothing, and I had a huge fleet, and he was still not wanted to give something he could give for free. You know. So anyway, that happened. So I eliminated the robots, and then actually what happened? Finally, the queue got running. So 100 turn 130. We finally got like the cascade of cubes. No, because then I got like in a couple of turns I had like no more. I had 50 cubes. No, so I think actually was like a huge work to actually queue all these ships, etc. Every turn I got like 4 or 5 new ones. Of course, once a robot fell, I got like 20 from the queue because I had 20 queued already. I had actually I think maybe a little bit more. So I got these 20, and then every turn I fought with the lizard now, and then we lost like 10 ships, and then I got like another 5 cubes. No, so actually it was like a cascade. It was like a little bit fun. It was a bit okay, not for a lizard I think, but for me okay, it was a little bit fun. So anyway, that was the last couple of turns, and that was the end of the game. No, so okay. Now I'm not sure. I told Griffin we could maybe do Q&A after that. Otherwise, on Flarum, Koski's Flarum, I put a middle recap. It was done quickly, so it might be maybe I also try to like add this presentation. I will see with him how to do that. Um, and maybe if here we want to do some Q&A, we can do it. Otherwise, no, you can always also talk to me. There's also, I think on Flarm, there's also a thread about how to do the Borg. So I think actually I done a pretty good job about how to build the Borg. Uh, so anyway, it was like an interesting game. Not everybody enjoyed it. I did, but okay, maybe it's not a game you want to, not for everybody because it's, I mean, it's a little bit lot of drama. People they don't like to lose, so a lot of okay. But anyway, it happens. But it was, I think, a good game, and was also a powerful game by me, which I like. I like to play like with energy, so I enjoyed it a lot. And okay, anyway, maybe next time. Okay, thank you very much, and no, I'll enjoy the rest of the Planets conference.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a great recap from KJN, who I'm very excited to introduce here.
Hello.
We're going to go ahead and get into some questions here about this championship game. Champion games are always chock full of drama and fun and action, and probably, I've got to imagine, a lot of nerves, a lot of nervous energy of this desire to do good. You got there, and now you're on the stage that everybody's watching. What was that like for you, being the player for your team?
No, I really liked it. It has to be very honest. No, also because there are certain points that are not like dramatic, because especially the first 30 turns, you can, if you have the diplomatic agreements in place, you can more or less play by yourself, no? And after that, I already had such a position that I think, okay, I am at 60% chance of winning this game. So then after, I mean, okay, I have to do a lot of work, but I felt like very confident about it, I mean, you have to do a lot of stuff. You have to also make sure that there are no big alliances form against you. But I think, I mean, the natural, and also that's pretty, I'm pretty, pretty comfortable also with the diplomatic side of the game. So once you have the fleet, and you can like navigate the diplomacy, and you have like, then it's just okay, a lot of work, but it will probably, of course, unless you can like get some adverse event, you're probably going to do fine. No? So I was actually happy during the whole game. Of course, there were some events like, what the fuck, what we do now? But okay, anyway, we will just okay, we'll think about it, we solve it, and we move on. No.
So it was a pretty bold tactic to focus on making everyone your friend by giving away one of your major
that was my key strategy, because I always try to like, I'm not so expert as other players, so every race I play, I mostly play for the first or second time. So I really like study. So I take for this game, for example, I took 1 month of December, and I looked at like a lot of games, and I said, okay, what works, what doesn't work, and I tried to come up with the concepts, So like diplomatic concept, how am I going to play this game, So that actually, and then I also like last year I remember people complaining everybody should have fire clouds. Actually, I thought, okay, maybe everybody should have fire clouds, And then because I think also to keep the fire clouds for yourself, it's also a certain kind of, let's say, insecurity. So if you have like a very big fleet, you can give fire clouds to other people because you give them 6, you have 70. So it doesn't really, it's not comparable. The mobility they have, okay, they can bother you, but you can hit them on 3 places. So that's not, it's not an issue. I mean, it's just a little bit, so I think always I try to get a concept, because I like to have a concept because it gives me a strategy, And once I have then the strategy, okay, then it makes it easier to fit in the pieces. If you have to start every turn, okay, what do I do now? But I didn't have that. I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I have some players I do not need to make deals with, because especially, I know, for example, against Borg, you're not scared of like lizard or bird, especially later, or crystal. I mean, or even robots. So that's kind of the deals I didn't even look for, But especially once I knew they were not close. So I think I always try to like, okay, because the fleet building I like very much. So, but I know a little bit. Every game it gets better, because I have now a little bit found a method. But the diplomacy side is actually the part that I find most interesting, Because you have to find a way to like. I always compared very much to international politics. So I say, okay, let's say how you maneuver. It's especially if you're strong. Because always strong. So if you're strong, it always gives like you're a big target, So you have to like play a little bit kamikaze. So you have to make people like corrupt small alliances that form, pick off players, not pick them off like fight them, but like corrupt them, So like you seduce them to your side, maybe give them some advantage. So it's always I like that part. That's the part I like the most, really. I like the shipbuilding a lot because actually you can see. I mean, it's really like you have a very clear outcome. You can compare to other players, but the diplomacy side, it's really like for me, it's fun. No, you also have some game theory there, so it's actually very interesting.
Yeah, that actually ties in good to two of the questions that we have.
Uh-huh.
One is from, did somebody say Skip? Which I wonder who that really is.
I don't.
Do you keep your diplomacy vague sometimes, or are your deals very spelled out?
I try. No, I try to be very clear, but I might not, for example, disclose my position. So I try to track the mech because, for example, I know my position, especially if I'm bored. My position is very. It's let's say I'm negotiating with Lizard. Once I tell him I'm your neighbor, he will not accept any deal, no, or any only deals that are like completely worthless to me. So I would always like try to avoid telling where I am and trying to like no, okay, I'm not for vagueness, but I see that sometimes it becomes vague because people misunderstand things, or they understand it, not misunderstand it, understand it in different ways. But I like to try to make for example, all my deals very like, okay, this is till turn 50, turn 60, turn 70, never till the end of the game, because I want to be able to attack anybody. I don't like any deals till the end of the game because that's just for me.
Yeah,
No,
it ties
it's
your
not
hands.
nice.
Mm-hmm.
No, it ties my hands, but it's also I don't think it's a good way to play the game because it makes I don't want I want everybody to be able to attack me, and I don't want to be able to attack anybody because if I do something I don't like, and then I like, what do I do now? No, that happened in the game, so
Yep.
that's just I mean I want to have the freedom to be able to act. Of course, if we're
Side,
like on turn 100, we can say, okay, let's wrap this game up and we make some alliances. But before that, I try not to do anything committal because I don't think it's nice. No. Also
gotcha.
for
So
them, people
commitment
should be able
problems.
to attack
Gotcha.
me. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Psydev, one of your fellow competitors,
Yeah,
wants to
we had
know,
some conflicts. Yeah.
how did you get Frosty to betray him and let you kill him?
I think, well, he spoke to Frosty about it, but I don't know the thing between. I know he robbed. Frosty was a little bit upset that he stole the SSD from him. So I'm not sure. I still looked. I also looked at the chats afterwards. There's so much I don't know, right? So I don't know. Well, what he said, because like I said before they approached me together, okay, you attack Lizard. So I said, okay, I can attack Lizard. At least I have some backing, because for me it's always very important if I attack somebody that I have backing. I never attack like Fats did. I do not do that. Like attack somebody blind without having any backing. I'm not saying you should participate, but at least you're not going to act against me because okay, you stay neutral or better. So here they were two players, like important, and they would be helping Feds. They would be helping me, not helping, but at least they would not. No, Bird would help me, but Com would stay more or less neutral. No, so but he even facilitate. He said, okay, you can come to my territory and work from there. So they were both like. But then Com at a certain point he said, listen, with me and Bird, it's not good. And I think Bird is not honest with you. So then, okay, for me the deal was like, okay, this is worthless. No, this backing is worth nothing. And then I also said, okay, but already Bird, he was making maneuvers which we did not really correspond, and we had really no contact. And before, as I said, for me the deal we had was like not worth at all. He will not agree with that, which is normal. So actually, the end, I came in a situation. I did not trust Bird. His neighbor did not trust him. His other neighbor did not trust him. And I needed 80 planets. No, I did not trust the guy. 80 planets would seal the game. I'm going. Sorry, I know Psydev, he understands this.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's a planets player. It's not like born yesterday. In
Yeah.
fact, I think he did not really. He's like he feels me. I'm a little bit without honor, but I think he can understand what I did.
During Strumfels,
Yeah.
he says, you said you studied 1 month of board games. Did you
Not
also
full
study?
time, no. But,
Yeah.
okay.
Did you also study previous Emperor games and their diplomacy mechanisms?
Well, one thing I must say, and I hope that can be solved. Before there were all the comments in the of all the previous games. At a certain point, they got eliminated. I looked at all the EMORX games, all the championship games. Yes, and I look at a lot of games. You can do because it's very. I mean, we have like brilliant players, and you can see them play, and it's like amazing, no? So I look at all the Joshua's play games. I look at all that Joe Snuffy play. They're like great players. They're better than me, I think. Maybe they do not agree. I don't know. Some people do not agree, but I think they are still better than me, and they do like crazy stuff, no? So I look at all this stuff. So I think for me, because for example, what can you learn in you can learn from the guides, but they are worthless. You have to look at the games. I look at the games a lot, no? So I even look at Darian's games. They're not so good sometimes, but sometimes they are.
Gideon Braver was really impressed with your ship limit construction that you had accomplished and wanted to know how you were able to build so many cubes in such a short time.
Well, it's practice, huh? No, I don't know. I just I knew I would do that, and I also knew that before because I looked at a lot of games like the limit around turn 24, the best was 10, and I said I'm going to do 20.
There you go.
Because I just know it's something I really it works for me. But also, I mean, I really have to use a lot of stuff. No, though actually I'm like optimizing a lot of stuff. A lot of tricks are involved. Because every trick, let's say you have a trick, it solves you one trick. Now, let's say because everybody, no, I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people can build the fleet I have on turn 23. They can build it on turn 28. But let's say already this STF, I think it solved me like 2-3 tricks at turns. So that brings me okay. And then all the other tricks I have, it's another turn, maybe 2 turns, and then you get there.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm still improving because every turn. And so for me, very important. I see the map, and I already know on turn 1 where I'm going to build the ships. I do not care about the natives. I know I need 5-6 planets to normally element a carrier builder. So I'm just going to say I'm going to take these 6 planets. This is going to be another center, and I'll pick there on the map, and it's done. On turn 1, I already know where. Maybe then sometimes I do not build in one planet, and I build on the planet next to it, but it's going to be there.
Gotcha. Koshling asks, mechanically, how did the Fed give his fleet to you without your cooperation? Did you happen to have potential gift recipients embedded?
He put it on. No, he put it on GS1, yes, or GS6 or whatever. Yeah. So some cooperation was there, but I mean, we were at the point I say because we were like discussing a lot, and it was a little bit like say I had enough. So okay, just give me the fleet and you quit, and then I'll deal with it.
Yeah, I'll take it from there.
I mean, I did not really like. Yeah, I mean, it was like. No, because people may not. It's a little bit stressful, especially if you have like somebody who's like bugging you every turn. Like you have to help me, you have to do this, you have to do that. If you don't do that, I do that. I said, listen, you just go and you put your ships, and I'll take them. Okay, then done. I did not want to deal with it anymore.
Silk asks, he says, sorry if I didn't have time to see it.
I'm still laughing, but I think you have to have a little bit of a thick skin in this game, especially these high-level games.
Yep. Silk asks, how many Merlins did you use to get those 20 cubes?
3 Merlins.
3 Merlins.
So most of the time I built like a Merlin, like the first build on a carrier builder. It's a bit okay. First build is a Merlin.
Gotcha. Was there any turn that you opened and you're like, wow, or I'm surprised, or you got like,
Well, that
oh my
was the
goodness?
Lizard Cruiser. Well, after that, okay, I was only like good news, no? But the Lizard class cruiser was also good news. But I said, what the fuck? Okay, wow. So no, because I did not know. Maybe like that was like organized by Frosty and Lizard together because they had a channel to me, a comment a channel to me, and I opened the turn and boom, 3 Lizard class cruisers executed. No, so that was like a little bit okay. What the fuck? But okay, I mean, it was actually good for me, you know. Now, the other turns which I liked a lot, like because for especially I had a collaboration with Fury. So, for example, one turn we popped like with 2 pops on a rebel base. We popped like 5, 6 ships because you can, and even no, because you have a lot of these ships which are like 180, so they all go, no. And against Lizard also Vest. One turn I popped him with 3 poppers because Lizard needs 3, and also we had like a lot of ships, no. So that is like I mean, Furry must be a lot of fun if you play it well. I mean, Borg is like okay, listen. Or sometimes maybe I go in with 2 carriers and I kill like 20 ships. That can happen. That's always good, but it's not the same like the Furry. It's a lottery, you know.
Right.
Lotteries are nice
Speaking of lottery,
if you win, not
yeah.
if you.
Speaking of lottery,
Yeah.
Der Blondenhans wrote, you said you
Okay.
don't care about natives for fleet building, but you have been lucky with the first planets, haven't you?
Well, I was the first planet was a bovinoid, which of course is good, but for any other race it's better because I have to look like stop the assimilation. It cost me 2 ships. No, any other race they can just like colonize and they're done. No, I need 2 extra STFs just to keep it alive. You know, every turn taking off the natives. So okay, it's good, but it's only good because I managed to keep it down. No, so on the third planet actually was like Gypso, which is very good. No, because that way I could not avoid. But if you look at my game, you will find that in the rest of the cluster, I had no more natives. In 15 planets of my cluster, I only have Amorphous. It was really very far. I had another Bovinoid, which I gave to Fed because he could build some Lokis and later refit some ships. But my planets were actually native-wise very bad. But it doesn't. I mean, you always get your share. But I got a lot of Amorphous, like 3 Amorphous in the first 20 planets, which is
that's always fun.
very bad. Yeah.
Well, thank you, KNJ, for joining us here, and congratulations to our Emperor. All hail, KNJ.
Thank you.
Hopefully, you've got some concepts or ideas
but look at
for
the game.
an Emperor ship.
You'll see I'm speaking to anybody. Just look at what I learned. I'm playing Planets for 3 years.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's really good.
And I learned it from looking at other games.
That's good.
That's how I learned the game. Though.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. We recognize your greatness.
Okay.
And we will be taking a quick break. And go ahead and say any last words you'd like to say before we sign off.
No, I just did. So I look at the games.
All right.
It's also an honor to the player, now, because people put a lot of time in these games. So look at the games. Really, it's worth it.
Excellent. We'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Welcome back. All hail the Emperor. It's going to be a great year under his reign. He does seem rather magnanimous, so hopefully we'll all enjoy the next year of new. Let's talk about the music of Planets.nu. How many of you listen to the background music while you're playing your turn? You've it turned on? If you do, put it in the comments. I kind of want to see how many people are playing with the music. We're now going to see a presentation from the gentleman who made that. His name is not on my screen. Haha. Lutwidge. Hopefully I said that right. He made all this music, and he's going to explain some of the inspiration behind different music that he picked. So enjoy this presentation, and in the comments, let me know if you're listening to the music. And we'll also be throwing in a chat a link to some links to the SoundCloud. So if you want to hear the full versions of the music, you'll be able to get it. Enjoy.
Hello, world of VGA Planets, or Planets.nu, or as I like to call it, War Trek Galactica, for some odd reason. But certainly not because some of the races in the game resemble certain well-known sci-fi archetypes. That's not why. Anyhow, my name is John Chernoff, and I played this game as a geeky kid in the 90s, and as a geeky middle-aged guy in the 2010s, I was excited to see it revived and asked our brilliant developer if they needed any musical contributions, which they did. I didn't tell them that I wasn't really a composer and just a piano player out in the middle of nowhere. I'm in Humboldt County, California. Anyhow, I sent them about 11 pieces of music, one for each race in the game. They were about like a few minutes in length, as you'll see. Joshua listened to them, and I think rather sensibly decided to use about maybe like 5 seconds of each in the game. For those of you that play the game with the music off, you're likely unaware of their existence at all. But to those stalwart few who have heard the brief but stirring call of the rebels, or the majestic 2-second rhapsody of the birds, and wondered what the hell was that, this video is for you. Before I go any further, let me apologize in advance for the fact I have like this really obnoxious cold. I was supposed to do this video kind of a while ago, like a week ago, and I did not, and now I'm doing it. So sorry if I sound really raspy or hoarse. That's kind of cool. Anyhow, I thought I'd share with you some of the music behind the music, as it were. All of the stuff that didn't go into the game, and admittedly, probably, or really definitely shouldn't have. It was all produced, if produced is really the term for it, within the now defunct music program Finale, using their stock orchestral instrument patches and not much else. The original tracks actually use an even worse playback mechanism than what you'll hear here, which oddly enough makes them rather better, as the sounds are less distinct and more homogenized, which is sort of fine, actually even desirable when the music isn't really the focal point, and we just want a sort of gloopy orchestral gesture and not a detailed highfalutin concert hall experience, per se. Right. Yeah. Okay, so the first and I think generally most central race in Planets are the Feds. So I began there with an attempt to rip off the grandiose, epic, intrepid space explorer type style music that we hear in sci-fi films, especially the ones starting with the word star and ending with ek. In general, these are in a, let's call it Holstian style, after the English composer Gustav Holst and his suite called the Planets. Ironically, the Planets actually sounded modern in its time because Holst used a lot of old musical modes to reflect the ancient Roman Greek gods that the planets are named after. But he also used a lot of brass. So I used a lot of brass. I also use a lot of what are called perfect intervals, like fourths and fifths. I use those because they give, I mean, like, this is a kind of a sci-fi trope, but they give it a certain kind of expansive music of the spheres, you know, kind of sound due to their harmonic purity. And then use chromatic stuff against that to give a sense of danger and intrigue. The intro for this piece is a bit long at 55 seconds, given that the whole thing is only about 2.5 minutes or so. Well, yeah, I was trying to evoke the vastness of space. Let's hear some of it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see why that didn't make it into the final cut of anything. It's a little bit of a slog. But there it is. So after that, we get the glorious Fed theme. And while I do think it's original, I also wonder if I subconsciously lifted it a little bit from something. Probably not. But as they say, there's only 12 notes, so yeah, you never know. I suppose it bears a very passing resemblance to the beginning of the Brahms G major sextet, but I digress, and also I'm willing to overlook Brahms copying me just this one time. So in any case, here's the glorious Fed theme in all of its glory. Right. Very, very stirring. Okay. So in any case, no sort of music of this style is complete without a battle sequence. I'm pretty terrible at these. So I just had like a timpani or kettle drum, or what do you want to call it, beat out a basic rhythm while trying to write something propulsive, or I guess at least repetitive in minor, kind of dangerous and dramatic key. Fortunately, since this piece isn't supposed to be very long, although I guess it did turn out longer than any of the other races, this section doesn't really have a chance to become super tedious, which it probably would have otherwise. So here's that. Right. So like after that kind of mini climax of sorts, the music sort of winds down, and we get this kind of soulful stuff. And then there's like a little swell and flourish at the end. Here's what that sounds like. So kind of really more kind of Return of the Bruckner, really. Yeah, so that's the feds. Admittedly, information that nobody requested and is perhaps the least useful thing you could ever tell people at parties about. But now you know. Right, let's move on to another race. The Green Pirate Women, or whatever they're actually called. So pirate music is always fun to write. You just do a little jaunty thing in triple time and call it good. I hope you find this little ditty sufficiently artistic. Sorry. Do it again. Everybody now. This next race is the one I most deliberately tried to ape a style for, namely the John Williams epic adventure scores of the 70s and 80s. Of course, stealing from John Williams is a bit like looting from the British Museum. You're mostly just repossessing stuff. I also sort of repurpose a bit of a Beethoven piano sonata. Here, I kind of show you. So like the tune of the Reborn. Beethoven. I mean, pretty different, but there's a little similarity, I guess. I'm pretty sure Beethoven doesn't care. Anyhow, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the Rebels. NES ending. Finally, I'd like to conclude our new music tour with my personal favorite, but one which I don't have a score for because I did it all in a digital audio workstation. I think of all thing Reason, which is a wacky doll with a lot of funky synths. In any case, the race depicted are the robots, and it features by far my favorite virtual musical instrument named Thor's Vacuum, which I'm quite sure you will notice. The piece, while short, also has a sort of program or story to it, in which the eponymous robots arrive, ascend into space, and then have a sort of mechanical breakdown, which I depict with arguably one of the strangest solos ever put to music. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody. You know, one of my favorite things about Planets, all of us are geeks and nerds. And he is a geek for music. And that is amazing. That guy really knows his stuff. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you consider turning on the music. I'm really bummed because one of my favorite Finns he was going to do a presentation and he couldn't. And so we're not going to have any Commander Koshling new content, but we are going to play a video from a previous con from him, just a quick 2-minute one. And then after that, we're going to hear from Koshling about the new victory point system. So after this short break from Commander Koshling, we listen to Koshling talk about the victory point system. If you've played a victory point system game, I'm looking forward to your comments in the chat. Tell us about your experience. Tell us if you agree with his take on it. This is our first year using that system. I myself have not played a game with it yet, but I'm interested in one. And maybe I can get our Planets.nu team to make our next game use that system, because it'll be an interesting dynamic. So at this point, we'll go ahead and start the next segment, and I'll be back with you guys shortly.
The public activity feed. Have you ever tried to find some good post you saw some time ago, but you can't find it anymore? Or have you saved some links to some old posts and they don't work anymore? Have you witnessed some good threads being hijacked by some off-topic messages? Or, even worse, feuds between players? But don't worry, your troubles are gone. Yes, really. The answer is planets.flarum.cloud. Yes, cloud. Not com, not net, no nothing, cloud. An offsite discussion forum for planets. It's public for the whole internet. No login, just go to the address and start reading. It looks good, the search is very good, and it has some wonderful functionalities. It's a great place to stash your stuff. I mean, if you have some good posts or after action reports or whatever. If you don't want to discuss anything else, just stash it here, and it stays here for good. It also has some wonderful admin tools. Yes, it has an administrator. This guy. He is very great. So, planets.flarum.cloud, a great place to stash your stuff. So yes, you can also write there, but it's a bit complicated. Just ask Koshling.
I'm known as Koshling, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about the new victory point system that was introduced at last year's PlanetsCon. This is a new scoring system, and it changes the way the game is played somewhat. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about how that incentivizes different strategies and what that does for the game as a whole. This talk will be somewhat based on the article I did for Planets magazine that's also appeared on Kosky's forums. Hopefully there's a header page with a link to everything going to be provided in the PlanetsCon material this year. I'll try not to regurgitate that completely, and I will give some opinions on how I think it's modified the way the game is played and whether I think that's a good thing or a bad thing. It'll be somewhat subjective, and I don't claim to be an expert on victory points games. I've played exactly one, and this is based on my observations in that game. That game was an epic game with a DM slightly over 1.5. So things may play out differently in standard and may play out differently at different DMs. A little context, this talk will be from the perspective of trying to optimize to win a victory points game. This is obviously not the only way to play Planets. It's perfectly legitimate to play as a role player or in any other way you see fit. The game is just there to be enjoyed. but I just wanted to make sure you understood where I'm coming from in this talk. Victory points come from a number of sources, and I'm going to talk through each of these. First of all, I should say one wins a victory points game when you reach a certain threshold in victory points. In an epic game, that's 300 for a solo player or 400 for an alliance. There are three main categories of sources for victory points. This is planet count, starbase count, and the number of bonus categories. And I'm going to talk about those individually in the sections that follow. Start with planet count. This is obviously the same as in a normal game. You get one victory point for each planet you own. There's not much to be said about this because it's really just the same as a normal game, so we'll gloss over that. The second important category is starbase count. You also get a point for each starbase you own, and this is actually very significantly different. In particular, it incentivizes building starbases strongly after the ship limit, even in non-militarily significant positions. It allows you to win with far fewer planets than you would in a normal game, and I'll have more to say about that later. It also means that the current meta of spamming starbases early for priority points gets amplified somewhat. And finally, it means that the value of debris disks is considerably higher than it is in a normal game. The reason for this is that mining stations count for victory points as full starbases. And the building of a mining station, once you get mining started in a debris disk, has virtually no marginal cost. It's 460 megacredits, but minerals are flowing freely once you start mining a debris disk anyway, and there are many planetoids. So this can add a significant number of starbases, and therefore a significant number of victory points. This was the position at the start of the game, including where I think the other homeworlds are, and a hypercircle around my own homeworld. The thing to note here, which is interesting for this current discussion, is that I'm on an exact hypercircle from my homeworld to a debris disk in the north. This allowed me to flow falcons up north to create mines, which then decayed because I wasn't dropping population to go with them, which allowed the debris disk to be farming minerals passively, so that by the time my ships got to the area, there were plenty of minerals available. This was the situation around the ship limit. As you can see, there's a couple of starbases set up nearby, and the Geminis are farming the debris disk. At this point, I hadn't really considered the starbases for victory points and was just using it to generate extra ships. Finally, this is what it looked like at the end of the game. At this point, I twigged that it's actually very useful for victory point generation, and had I realized earlier, the upper two debris disks could have been filled out with starbases as well. As it is, there's about 10 starbases here, so this is a significant contribution to the eventual win. Talk about victory point bonuses. There are 5 categories, each of which awards a bonus. A bonus is worth 50 victory points to the owner in an epic game, at least. Each category has associated with it a sort of a subscore, and the player with the highest value in this subscore owns the bonus. This means a bonus can be taken away from you if somebody achieves a higher subscore than you have at that time. However, several of them are quite sticky. We'll talk about each of these in turn. What I want to talk about is called biggest stockpile. This goes to the player with the most priority points, with a minimum of 100, at least in an epic game. Because the current meta anyway encourages the spamming of early starbases in order to generate priority points for later use after the ship limit, victory point system only emphasizes this. Normally, one would probably emphasize starbases ahead of ships, subject to being able to adequately defend oneself, up to maybe 8 or so turns before the ship limit, depending on race. I think the victory point system potentially pushes that margin out a little bit further, and it's wise to emphasize starbases for slightly longer than you normally would. And of course, it also gives you extra bonuses for killing things, which is not a bad thing. And there's more to say about that when we talk about another bonus later. The thing to say about the biggest stockpile is that once you get a certain margin in it, it's quite sticky. It's hard for somebody to take it off you. I guess somebody can generate priority points by killing lots of ships, but it's hard to perhaps make up a margin of more than 20 or so points. So getting that margin early really locks in 50 bonus points. A category called widest reach. This goes to the player who has owned the most unique planets throughout the course of the game. So if you own a planet for one turn only, it still counts. There's no way for this score to ever go down. It's on a ratchet. This is actually quite beneficial to races with high early mobility. So the hype races, probably the privateers, it makes it very worthwhile to capture planets that you can't possibly hold, even if you're only going to take them for one turn. It also means you're probably encouraged more to take over other people's outposts, where ordinarily, maybe for diplomatic reasons, you might choose not to. Noted that planetoids in debris disks do not count towards the greatest reach total. In general, I don't think this bonus distorts the game much, because by the end of the game, the leader in planet count is probably going to dominate this category anyway. The category called Tech Accumulator. This goes to the player who owns the most foreign hulls, that is to say, the most hulls that can be built by some other race other than themselves, and it's the number of distinct races they own them for that counts. This is actually pretty sticky, because there's a big difference between 3, 4 and then 5. It's very easy to own hulls from 2 or 3 races. Normal trading will almost certainly get you that, but going beyond about 3 starts to get more and more difficult. It's also therefore very hard to take off somebody once they've got a decent score here. It's also worth noting with the Tech Accumulator that it's worth grabbing hype ships that come your way early in the game, if at all possible, as well as them just being useful in their own right. If you can grab a Borg probe and an EE probe, perhaps, that's 2 to the Tech Accumulator, which is very, very useful. It also incentivizes trades that you wouldn't necessarily otherwise want to take part in. For example, in this game, I traded a Falcon for a Borg probe, which really isn't a useful ship for me, but it gave me an extra count in this category. The 4th category is called Greatest Warrior, and the idea here is to incentivize combat, which is, I think, not a bad thing at all. It scores one point in the subscore for Greatest Warrior for every kiloton of enemy hull you destroy. It also counts defense posts as 1 each, and I don't know whether it counts enemy star bases. Unfortunately, the subscore is not preserved in the scoreboard when you look at it later after the game, and I didn't take note at the time whether starbase captures were increasing my value here. I suspect they do. In particular, there's a very exploitable flaw here, which I think is a loophole that needs to be closed, and that is that defense posts, even if they're not destroyed but just change hands in a ground assault, also count. This would allow 2 players to simply swap a planet backwards and forwards by ground assaulting every other turn and racking up more and more score in this category, which is obviously an undesirable exploit. I think as well as incentivizing combat, which is good, it also incentivizes some other behaviors which are perhaps more debatable. For example, 2 players could use their regular builds to build Merlins, exchange them with one another to kill for priority points, which might be sensible in normal times for certain races that are priority point efficient, but here it gets you an extra 1,000 kilotons as well, which is a very significant amount of ship kill. The 5th and final category is called Happy Beings. This one's a little bit weird. This one is about how happy you're keeping your population and your natives. For every planet that you have with more than 1,000 clans on it, the happiness of those clans and also the happiness of any natives on the planet are separately averaged and contribute to a global average of all of such planets that you own of happiness. The slightly opaque thing and weird thing here is that it doesn't count your current happiness score, it counts your current happiness score plus any notional increase, including over cap increase. So in particular, if you have a planet that's at full happiness of 100, that's notionally going +5 per turn, that will count 105. In particular, this makes avians extremely valuable because they can be like +15, so they can be counting as 115. This means that it's very important to take as many avian planets as you can and get 1,000 clans on them. It's also worth pointing out here that you can go from normal taxing behavior with low happiness to maximum really quite quickly, half a dozen, maybe 7 or 8 turns at most, which means that you can try to take control of the happiness store quite suddenly, with timing somewhat under your control. So perhaps as you come into the close of the game and want to close things out, or during the victory countdown you want to make sure things stay cemented, this would be a good time to ramp up the happiness here. In this game, this was the victory points score over time. As you can see, there's some short, sharp increases here which represent the taking of bonus categories. In the end, I think I earned 4 out of 5. Yes, it was 4 out of 5 at the end of this game. And you can see a general upward trend, which is actually reasonably steep. If we contrast this, here is the number of star bases, which is actually the other major component. And I really want to point out here that while I'm playing a victory points game here, most other people seem to be playing a normal game of planets. And I think that's why I was able to win so quickly here. In particular, I think it's kind of wrong that I should be able to win an epic game of this DM in like 45 turns, or slightly more. But if I'd gone for a solo victory, it would have been actually faster. And that kind of brings me to some closing thoughts. First of all, just this fact that the game was over too quickly. I think the total victory points required is probably too low relative to the current calculations of the victory score, of the victory points. I think star bases are too beneficial. They should perhaps be worth half a point each or something. I guess the overall takeout is that what the victory points does is really give an economic path to victory rather than a military one, which has been tried in a whole bunch of other 4X games. I personally don't really think it's a great fit for Planets. I think it's probably very frustrating for the people who are playing a more militaristic game. Various other things likely need to be changed. The potential exploit on defense posts simply has to go, in my opinion. I think the way that the whole SB spam is encouraged is probably bad, which again suggests more toning down of victory points from star bases. Overall, I don't think I'm a great fan of the victory point system, but that's purely a subjective judgment. Players who are more economically oriented, and I admit I'm one of those, some of you may find this quite attractive, but I just don't think it's great for the health of the game the way things are currently balanced. I like the idea of a different way of winning, and victory points in general I think is a sound concept, just in need of a little bit of a tweak.
All right. Welcome back. That was a good presentation, I think. I look forward to other people's experiences with victory points. But now, a special live interview with the editor-in-chief of Planets magazine. I've asked him to tell me how to say his name, and I have failed at it. So he's going to show us how to pronounce his name.
It's Gnerphk. It's Nerf with a hard G and a hard K. It's a single syllable. And yes, it is hard for a native English speaker to pronounce, but I think the Finns should have a massive advantage.
I love the Finns.
They're just so fun to play with.
Welcome to PlanetsCon Live. So glad to have you here. Let's
Thanks for having me.
let's open with a softball. Something a little irreverent. Tell me about what happened to your Gandalf beard.
Yeah, so life has gotten complicated, and I really, really needed to simplify. One thing that's a problem with having long, straggly hair and a big, bushy beard is that hair gets everywhere, which means you got to clean constantly. You use 3 times as much shampoo, takes forever to take a shower, and then you walk into places and kids think you're Santa Claus. I do not enjoy being confused for Santa Claus. Gandalf, yes, I will take Gandalf any day of the week. But no, it's a maintenance issue. But thanks for noticing.
My own personal beard journey. I can't grow my beard much longer than this, or I get neurotic and pull on it. In fact, if you look at some PlanetsCons, you might actually see me doing it sometimes.
Yeah, I get that itch, and it just drives me mad.
Yeah.
About 20 minutes after I take a shower, I just get this urge to scratch. And
I feel you. All right. We're here to talk about Planets Magazine.
Oh, okay.
Tell me a little bit about the changes that you've made. You've relaunched the site. It's got a new look. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so in keeping with the simplifying my life thing, it's been going for, 15 years now? And I've been involved for most of it. Back when it was started under Thin Lizzy, Space Squad, Echo Cluster veteran. And they did an amazing job putting it together. This is back in the days before there was game documentation on the Planets.nu site. And we built up, I think in the total archives, there's 750,000 words. That's a lot. It's a big book. It's the Wheel of Time written about planets. And so we've got a great archive. There's not an awful lot more that can be written on the subject of planets that's new. So I went, it's costing me money every month. It's not making a profit. When I write something, people argue with me. I'm just going to quit. I'm going to leave the site up, leave the tip jar up, and we're on hiatus. We're not writing new articles. We're not doing new content. Screw it. The game will continue without us. I did this. I told Tailspin, and he was sympathetic. And then he said, well, do you mind if I look through the archives and clean something? No, go right ahead. Fast forward a week, and he's completely rebuilt the site. It has a totally new look. And we start talking about, let's go to a subscription model. If we can't make it pay for itself just on a tip jar and donations, which is reasonable. I mean, people don't get a tax deduction for donating to a fan mag. We'll do a subscription. And if people want to pay to play, great. And if they don't, lesson learned, and we can always stop doing new content again. No problem. So that's the why. That's what happened. I didn't really choose. I was going to shut down. And all of a sudden it's been reinvented, and it's a completely new thing, and I love it. Some people don't, but I really do.
Well, let's talk about that subscription.
Okay.
Why don't you tell us how much subscriptions cost, and where you're at on that? How's it going?
Well, it's going slow, but that's to be expected. I mean, we just started. We've had, I think, 3 new articles since we changed the model, and that isn't an awful lot to draw people in. There's been none of those fiery orations that I'm accustomed to giving. And, you know, so we're at, I think, 9 or 10 subscribers. Not a lot. That is about half what the present hosting costs are. What we started doing, it's kind of a long story, and so forgive me if I digress. We started off deactivating a lot of old widgets. I don't know why they were there. I don't know why I was paying for them. They were automatically attached when we migrated over to my own hosting, and so I started, you know, cutting costs, cutting corners, and taking out things that no one ever used. There was an automatic thing on matching up for some sort of style of game that I've never played. And, you know, it was a great tool, but no one used it, so it's gone. Once that happened, and I started figuring out, okay, what exactly do we need to keep things up? I don't want pop-up ads messing with people. I don't want, you know, all sorts of distractions. People go there to learn. They go there to read and figure out the game. So right now, the target to keep it going is 20 to 40 subscribers. You asked about the cost. It's $250 a month, and there's a discount if you get it by the year, which it's pocket change. If we get 40 people to do it, then we can pay out a pittance. I'm looking at $10 to any of our regular contributors to write an article. Professional rates are more like $100, but you know, and those haven't changed since the Civil War. I mean, you know, that's what was it? Little Women, the novel where the girl wins the contest and she gets $100, and that's still what you get for winning a writing contest. Anyway, but $10 is better than nothing, and so if we can pay a pittance to our contributors, if we can meet the costs, that's the goal. It shouldn't be something that someone has to pay for out of pocket. None of this should be. We have eager players. We have an exciting, highly intelligent, and frankly, a very well-earning player base. So why not?
So it's interesting. I'll share from my perspective.
Oh, please.
You know, the Planets game is what, $3 a month, and then the magazine would be $250. Do you think if you had a larger subscription base, you might make that a better value proposition?
The question is, how little is too little? Frankly, I've long been of the opinion that Planets.nu doesn't charge enough for its subscriptions. And so I'm going from that perspective. $3, that's nothing. I'm a writer. I make, you know, I sell a story and I get $100. This is not a high-paying profession. To me, $3 a month is a piddling tiny fee. $250 for the Planets Mag subscription. Again, to lower it would be, there's no point. It's the effort of going on and doing it. If anyone out there who is an adult and a professional and who can't afford $30 a year for their Planet subscription, who can't afford the $20 for, this is a harsh take, but they probably shouldn't be spending, you know, 6 hours a week playing a computer game. They should probably be earning a living. That's just my opinion. But, you know, speaking as someone who loves ramen noodles and works a job that pays in ramen noodles, I think I've got a right to be critical.
Gotcha. What's your end game?
Well, like I said, we've got in the archive, the complete archive, we've got somewhere between 750,000 and 1 million words. Now, a lot of it is, you know, brief updates, things that happened during the development of the game, early host order stuff, and things that have been echoed in the basic documentation. But we've got an awful lot of stuff. If there is money coming in, I can afford to dedicate some more time to revamping some of the old articles, taking things that were valid 15 years ago for the old client and going, well, what does it look like today? A lot different. Updating things from the old original VGA planets that, you know, I mean, it's all out there. It's been written. It's still valid, but it's very different today. The play environment is hugely different than it was back in the play-by-email days. So that's one thing. I mean, we had a brief conversation on the feed about whether we can introduce a night mode. I can, but it would cost an extra $300 per cycle, however long the cycle is, to upgrade the plan, and that would satisfy so far one potential subscriber. And you know, 300.
I'll tell you, I kind of agree.
Yeah,
actually, I'm really curious. Like, why that color?
It looked cool, and you know, I really like the change from white on black to black on white, and the pale blue is. It suits what we are. It's an archive about words and information. It looks. I don't know if you remember typewriters, but
well enough.
Yeah, once upon a time, I could only write on a typewriter, and we got. This was back during my first bookstore, ages and ages and ages ago, up in Maine. We got hold of several bricks of this weird-sized paper, and it was green and pale blue, and whenever I see an article on Planets Mag now, I think back to those days when I was writing novel outlines on this, you know, it's like the 6x9 cards. It was designed for greeting card. Anyway, it was exactly the same color and texture. So for me, there's this tremendous nostalgia. But also, it's soothing. It's calm. It's a pale blue. It's your shirt color. I mean, people like it for a reason. You know,
excellent.
We spend our lives with high visibility, high impact stuff. And this is not supposed to be, pardon me, spam is calling. Spam, spam, spam. Yeah, this is not supposed to be something that is high intense. This is a leisure activity. So it's supposed to be calming. I'd put on, you know, lovely calming background music if I could. But again, $300 more a year.
My favorite article, most referenced, I think I talked to you about this when we were chatting, is the Four Finger article. What's your favorite article? And I'm going to challenge you to not pick one of your own.
Oh, that's rough. Okay.
Favorite or most useful, either interchangeable.
See, it's the Four Fingers article has always gotten the most hits. It is invaluable. You got someone who doesn't know privateers from, and you go in and suddenly, oh shit, I lost a Virgo, which happened to me once, and it was really painful, and I haven't played Colonies since. Anyway, and suddenly you're going, okay, how do I prevent the privateers from stealing the rest of my fleet? It's a must reference article. So yeah, that's really my favorite. However, I got to point out, it is not the most clicked on article. The most clicked on article in history is entitled Crystal Basics, and people are always very upset that it has nothing to do with, you know, collecting crystals and polishing rocks and what channels which energy.
Good old Google.
We've right now because we've gone to the subscription model, the most clicked on article, it's getting thousands of clicks a day, is ECV's, Echo Cluster Veterans, an opinion on early construction. Why? I have no idea, but somehow in China, the letters ECV are magical, and they try and they hits. I have no way to know, none whatsoever, what actual Planets players are reading. No clue. Because all we've got is people clicking in from China. Maybe I should put up banner ads. I mean,
Brings up interesting, if you type in ECV China, there's a couple things that pop up. But anyway, that's curiosity getting me. We got some questions from the chat.
Okay.
One of them is about your name.
Yes.
Gnerphk.
Gnerphk.
Is it a Klingon name or is there a story behind it?
There's a story. It, like most stories, it's really boring. Back in the day, when I was first getting into computer gaming, like everyone else, I was frustrated because every username was taken. And then it occurred to me, the new revelation that, everyone had in the 1990s. Gee, maybe I don't have to use the name I was born with. During high school, a couple of friends had coined a word, which was Gnerphk. The idea was that they were upset that the English language had no exclamations in it that could be used without an exclamation point. And yet, so often your reaction to something is meh or
Meh.
eh. And I mean, so they said, well, let's invent a word, and they came up with Gnerphk, spelled with an F. And I thought it was, because I was at the time as sophomoric as I thought it was a brilliant concept. Revolutionary. Let's coin words to mean what we want them to. And so this one means meh. But I, being, pompous and arrogant, decided to anglicize mine. Mine is the English spelling of the word Gnerphk. I use a PH. So yes, highly boring story. No meat to it. But I used it. I climbed the Access and Allies ladders with it, and it stuck. People now know to find me by Gnerphk, and there are no others. So, hey, it's perfect.
My own is also pretty boring. I've been using Griffin since the 90s. It wasn't my first handle, but I wanted to come up with a new name. I was playing Trade Wars 2002. Shout out if you played. I wanted a new name. I grabbed a little pocket dictionary and flipped through and reading the words in the top corner. And on one of the pages was Griffin. I was like, that's cool. That's my name now.
Hey, it works.
Okay. I don't know if we got this answer to the person in the chat, but tell us how to subscribe. They don't see a button that says subscribe.
Well, I'm going to click off the screen, so if you're waving at me, I won't be able to see you. I will bring up Planets Magazine if I can figure out how to type again. There it is, Planets Magazine. More reticulans get their news from Planets Magazine than any other source. Immediately under the words, more reticulans get their news from Planets Magazine than from any other source, there's a big button that says subscribe. And to the left of it, there's a box where you can type your email. And that is where you subscribe.
Awesome.
I would have made it bigger, but...
Someone asked if you will implement PayPal to subscribe.
That's another widget that costs money. Mm-hmm. But more importantly, I don't know how. I was a computer programmer for a lot of years, and then Windows 98 Second Edition went away, and I stopped caring.
Which is a great segue into another question from the chat. What was the speed of your first modem? Mine was 300 baud.
Same. Yeah, I went quickly to a 1200 baud.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the first one was a 300 baud, and
that's what my first computer.
It never quite managed it.
My first computer was a Commodore 64, and I was going on BBSs that had 80 character wide screens, but a Commodore only had 40. So playing Trade Wars, I would run out of BBS time before I ran out of moves. on a 300 baud modem.
Yep, that's just how it worked.
The good old days.
That was back when my one and only experiment with an Apple. I went from a TRS-80 to an Apple II Plus, and then I went back to PCs and my Tandy 1000 and never looked back.
Well, everything I'm using to make this con go is an Apple. I am an Apple guy.
You know, I'm sure you have good qualities.
Yeah, a computer's a computer. Just mine works all the time. Someone asked, actually, our former emperor, Calrin. I think that's Calrin. Is that Calrin? Yeah, okay. Would you consider a middle tier for subscription? Wondering if there should be a price point between 25 yearly and 300 yearly.
You can always give more. There are tip jars. I'm not stopping you from paying us more. But right now, I am looking at a target where we're going to be able to afford to put out 2 articles a month.
Mm-hmm.
There's really not much wiggle room. I mean, what can I have for premium content? You're already getting my secrets on how to win. They're already there. So I could do it, but why? There is a high-end subscription tier, which, if you really want to be a patron of the arts and you happen to be, I don't know, a tech mogul or someone with a massive salary, someone who trades the market and brings in tons of money, a high-paid CEO, you can become a patron of the arts, and we would appreciate that, because that's enough for me to do dream projects. Like, I've got a scripted out comic strip. It would be lovely. It would give us a year's worth of content. I cannot draw. My hands shake. I don't do actual circles or lines. So I would need to hire someone to do that. And to do that, well, I'd need a couple of patrons. It's a really great comic strip, but I've actually got it right there.
I think I'm going to ask something that I expect you to be passionate about your answer. Or you're going to surprise me. What are your thoughts about the role of AI in writing? And, like in this case of you having a strip, like you got the writing, would you use AI to do the drawing?
I've considered it. How we arrived at where we are with AI tech is a very bad way. It was highly unethical, incredibly immoral. The way that these AI models were trained, it's reprehensible. And only
explain for the people who are not following. I know what you're talking about, but explain for our audience.
They went out, and all the people that posted stuff online in private groups, in things that just didn't happen to be well enough protected, the AI models went out and stole them. And they have taken posted art from artists. Now, to heck with writers. For the moment, let's just go with artists. They stole content. They took stuff that is real art, and they trained computers on it, and the computers are now putting out stuff that is soulless, because computers are, by definition, soulless. They can ape what people do. They can pretend. But because of the way it's been done, because of the way these models have been trained, when you use an AI model to create art, you're stealing from other people. Now, when you've got a small publication like ours, and there are others that use AI art, it's the only economical way to go. And customers expect it, they demand it. So I can't change how we got to where we are. If what I want to do is put soulless art in front of my story, or do my comic strip with something that has no real, honest human feeling to it, I can do that. It's not... It's not strictly speaking ethical by my standards, but it can be done. I wouldn't, because there's a tremendous difference between human-produced art, even something lazy and slapdash, than something that's generated by a computer that has no relationship to the human experience. If that's true of a picture of comic strip level illustration, and it is, how can it be less true for the written word? I'm sorry, I'm boring you.
No. Sorry, I was up late last night getting everything going.
Yeah,
and I didn't realize it was going to follow me. That was weird.
The human condition is something that computers don't have souls. Computers can only mimic the process of reasoning. And no matter how well they mimic it, they are never going to be able to contribute genuine insights. The most a computer will ever be able to do is better analysis than another person. But that's not the human experience. That's not who we are. We are not about analysis. We're about thinking, about creation. So eventually, someday, we will be able to generate a better legal brief using an AI model. Today is not that day, but someday that will happen. And that will happen first because lawyers, of course, are soulless. And, sorry.
Shout out in the chat if you're a lawyer. I'll let you know what game to join to get your revenge.
That was a low-lying joke. But if ever there is a day when the AI goes over my novel and says, I really like it, honestly, and then tells me why and is convincing about it, I will know I've written absolute shit and need to throw it away.
Let's talk about what you've written. Let's talk about what you've written.
Okay. I'd be delighted.
Yeah, so I don't know if other people know this, but your 100th published story is coming out soon?
Yes, we don't have a date on it. And a different story may take the number 100 slot. But yes, 100 published stories.
What kind of fiction do you write?
Mostly science fiction. And
makes sense.
Bear in mind, I am still new at the writing game, at least fiction writing. I've done opinion pieces for years, which is not really all that different, but there are hundreds of publications that will be glad to charge you to publish your stuff. There are contests everywhere that charge you to an entry fee, and they'll publish the winners. I've done a couple of those, but my objective here is to only do places that pay, for the same reason that I don't like using AI to illustrate. If someone's going to work, if someone's going to put their soul into something, they deserve money. That's, the same as if they break their back wielding a shovel. If I'm going to cramp my wrist using a pen, I deserve to get paid. So these are all paid stories. I've been in a couple of online publications like, let's see, one of my favorites was in Factor 4 back in March. And an awful lot at Sci-Fi Shorts. They're all under 1,000 words, and I think I've got 80-some up on that site. If you want a link to any of my stories, somewhere you can find a link to the Not Fake News on my Planets profile, and on that site, I give you clear and concise directions of how to get to any of my stories.
Excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your passion for writing and about the Reborn Planets magazine. If you're interested in becoming a subscriber, jump on the site, put in your email, click that subscribe button.
Yeah, and if you're not, go screw yourself. I mean, that's fine too.
Well, thank you. That's what we're going to end on. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope you guys all enjoyed that. Good presentation, good chat there. The Planets community is full of personality and passion, and it's always good to see that. Our next presentation is from a player I rather enjoy seeing in the community, Psydev. He put this presentation together on taxation and a couple of other things like hissing and the enlightened. We are about 1 hour away from the state of the Nuniverse. 1 hour, everybody. We're going to hear from Psydev, and then after that, it's Planets Trivia. You're going to want to have maybe a mobile device or a second device so that you can follow on the stream and then also participate in it. So get ready for that. We'll be doing that soon. In about just under 30 minutes, we'll be doing trivia. So get ready, get set, go Psydev.
Hey everyone, this is Psydev. I hope you're having a good PlanetsCon. Today I want to talk about taxation. Taxation is an important part of planets. It's how you get your money, which is one of your most important resources. And the reason I want to talk about it today is because I think a lot of people don't do it properly. And I want to talk to you about the different taxation methods and their advantages and disadvantages. I'm going to start with the homeworld. So this is taxing your colonist clans, not natives. What I see a lot of people do is this. They'll say, oh, this is good, I'll just keep my happiness at 100 and that will be my tax. Intuitively that makes sense, but it's actually a mistake. The best way to do it, in my opinion, is to use the growth taxing method. There is another school of thought, however, that says that it's much better to tax your homeworld down to 40 happiness right away. So that means reducing your happiness by 60. And you do get that big income boost right away, but it does come at a cost, namely that your population will not grow. Your population will only grow if the happiness is 70 or above. So that's why I prefer to use the growth taxing method. The growth taxing method is where you tax down to about minus 30. You can do it a little bit more. You can do minus 36. It's about the same thing, but basically you want the happiness to go to about 70 so that on your next turn you're going to be able to start growing your population again. This has been described as the optimal taxation method, and I would say that's generally true, although there are some exceptions. Now, what you usually want to do is the growth taxing method, but there are some exceptions. In, for example, a case where the temperature of a native planet is very low or very high, then you're not going to want to focus on the growth taxing method because your population isn't going to grow very much. Another time when you might consider not doing it is when your population is over 6.6 million. And that's because once you reach that point, then your growth rate actually divides in half. So it's a lot slower. So in those cases, you might want to choose to sacrifice the population growth in exchange for in exchange for a really quick infusion of cash. Now I'm going to show you the numbers on this. I made this nice little spreadsheet. What this spreadsheet and what this chart shows is your homeworld, and it asks what's a better taxation method, the growth tax method, or in this case taxing down to 70 happiness and just keeping it there. In this chart, the blue one is the growth tax method, and the red one is the steady tax method. Now, as you can see, they start out pretty similar. This chart, by the way, shows your total income over time. They start out pretty similar, and you don't notice that much of a difference, but after a while you do see that actually the blue is higher. You will make more money over time with the growth tax method. So that's why I would recommend it. Now on the downside, it does take a while for the really big differences to show up. So this chart shows the first 50 turns, and after 50 turns of growth and taxing, you've got about 20,000 mega credits from your homeworld using the growth tax method, and using the steady tax method, only 16,000 mega credits. So it's a pretty big difference. You get about a 25% boost if you use the growth tax method. Where you don't want to use this is in a dogfight, in a blitz game, or in any kind of game where you're in danger immediately and you really want to pump out ships as quickly as possible, and you really need money as quickly as possible. In those situations, the growth tax methods will probably not help you. But I just want to draw your attention now to this other chart. This is a population chart. It shows the population of your homeworld over time. Now the three different lines I have here, the blue is the growth tax method, the red is the steady tax method at 70 happiness, and the yellow is the steady tax at 40 happiness. And remember that at 40 happiness the population will not grow. We can see clearly here that the growth tax method allows for a much larger population growth. It's still a decent population growth at the safe tax, the steady tax at 70 happiness, but at 40 you will have no population growth. So that's a big limitation. I don't like running low on clans personally, and you will run low on clans as you send your freighters out to go colonize other worlds. So I like having a large population base at my homeworld that I'm confident will keep growing. And remember over time that a larger population does mean that you will get more income ultimately. So that is why it's a good idea to use the growth tax method. And I use it by default both for my colonist clans at my homeworld and for natives that I'm taxing. It is, simply put, the best long-term strategy. So I hope hope that gives you some sense of the numbers here. I hope my chart illustrates the advantages of growth tax, namely that over time you do get that higher taxation amount, and you also get the benefit of the higher population amount. Okay, and now I want to talk about another taxation method. I call it step taxing. This method was taught to me by Sparker. Now, step taxing takes advantage of a quirk in VGA planets where sometimes when you increase the tax rate, it doesn't actually change the happiness change. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now, I'm going to increase the tax rate on this planet, and now you'll see at 2% tax, the happiness does not change, it stays at 0. Now I increase the tax again, oh, it's still at 0. I increase the tax again, it's still at 0. So that means that if you know that you want to stay at 0 happiness change, then it's rational to tax at the higher tax rate, 4%, and not 2%, because they both have the same happiness change. So this is important. I'll show you why in this graph here. I modeled this planet, and you can see the amount of tax income you get relative to the happiness change at different taxation levels. So what are we looking at here? You see this very high bar here? This is the 0 taxation that I was showing you. Sorry, the 0 happiness change. So this is 2% tax, 3% tax, and 4% tax. So recall that these three all have the same happiness change. But for 4% tax, you get a whole lot more money for the amount of happiness that you're taxing on. And you can see throughout here that there's these local peaks where you get actually more money for the amount of happiness that you're taxing. So I'll show you where that shows up in game. say I'm taxing this planet and I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'll get this much money for -5 happiness. But what if I tax again? It's still at -5 happiness, but I'm able to tax a little bit more. And that corresponds to this place on the graph. You can see that if I tax at this level, it actually gives me a bit more income than the surrounding areas. So I use this taxation method quite a lot, especially in blitz games or smaller games. And the reason is you will get more money over time, and that can be a big deal when you might not have a whole lot of planets that you're able to colonize in a blitz game. And you also might not have that many clans available to tax. If you want to do the growth tax method, you will need to have a lot of clans on that planet to do it properly. So if you use this method, however, you'll be able to get more money per unit happiness that you are taxing, and you'll be able to do it with fewer clans. So if I'm, say, wanting to colonize this planet, if I want to collect 173 mega credits, then that means that I need 173 clans there. Now, I could go for the growth tax method, but to get that income, I will need 711 clans there to pick up the full 711 mega credits. So this can actually be a pretty good strategy. Personally, I would choose something like this, the -5 happiness. So I drop a modest amount of clans on that planet, and I'm able to make more money actually than I normally would than if I were to tax immediately down to 70 or 40 happiness. So over the long term, this is a benefit because it allows me to get more income from that planet total for the same amount of happiness that's going down. And I don't need to use a lot of clans to do it. So I would highly recommend this step taxing procedure. Now, some might say, well, why don't you tax at 0 happiness change instead of 5 happiness change? Isn't that more efficient? Yes, it is. However, you're not going to be able to take advantage of all that happiness bank that is in the natives. I prefer to go to this, say, -5 on this planet. And then slowly over time, that planet will have its happiness depleted. And I would rather have that than just have it stay at 100 happiness and then have all of this extra happiness not being taxed, because it's just kind of going to waste in that case. So I use this step taxing method a lot, and I would highly recommend it for situations where growth taxing doesn't make sense, for planets that have natives that are not as good, and especially when you're in a game where you have not that many mega credits and you really want to squeeze out every last mega credit you can out of those planets. And shout out again to Sparker for showing this trick to me. Okay, and now I want to talk about a specialized thing for lizards, which is hissing. The hissing is something that I also see people do incorrectly. I think a lot of people don't really know or don't think about the best place to put their hiss ships. I would generally recommend not hissing your homeworld. Yes, you should do it in the early stages of a game, but you really want to look at the fact that you have a finite number of hiss ships, and you want to send them to the planet that gives you the best financial return for that investment. I'm going to show you one of my games, and I'll also just mention that I have a spreadsheet which I'll be happy to publicize if people want. It's called Hiss Helper, and You just put in the type of government and the population, and it will tell you how much income it will get for hissing. And these planets, they're arranged based on which one will produce the most. Now, one thing I want to just say right off the bat is insectoids are your friend. If you find an insectoid planet that's good, probably that's going to be the one that you want to hiss from. And the reason for that is very simple. That's because insectoids will give you double the amount of money for the amount that you hiss. Now, and I will also mention that a common mistake is to think that avians are good for hissing. They're not. Avians are, of course, excellent in general, but they have no advantage when it comes to hissing. And a lot of the time you won't even need the hiss because they gain so much more happiness than other planets, than other natives. And I'll show you an example of this. I modified McNimble's plugin to give an estimate of how much taxation income you'll get for hissing. And next to it, it will show you how much you get normally. So this is an avian planet. It's pretty good. It's got 50 million population, so you'd think that's the place that you want to go to. So I can tax it for 2,000 without reducing the happiness here. This number on the left is just basically an assessment of how much income you get from it. And then this number on the right with the hiss logo tells you how much money you'll make per hiss ship at the planet. So it's about 2,000 mega credits normally, which is great. But then you can see at this avian planet, it's not actually that great to hiss. It only gives me 750 mega credits. If I scroll up to this insectoid planet, the insectoid planet does not give me as much mega credits compared to the avian normally, but if you look at here, the hiss value is 2,102. So for every hiss ship that I put on there, on that planet, I'll make 2,102 mega credits per turn. So that's pretty great. And so that, if you do a calculation, you'll be able to see which planets are actually the best for hissing at. So that's what I wanted to share with you. I also want to share a general principle. You want to hiss at planets that have large populations typically. So if you have two planets, and they produce about the same amount of income, but one of them has a low population and a high government type, while the other one has a high population and a low government type, you want to hiss at the one with the lower population, or sorry, the lower government type but the higher population. The reason for this is basically that hiss adds happiness. It doesn't per se add income. So what you want to calculate is how much income is this planet going to give me relative to the happiness drop. And it turns out that the larger the population, the more you'll typically benefit, as opposed to a smaller planet with a good government. And now for this section, I would like to talk about the Enlightened class research vessel. This is a bird ship that's fairly popular and was introduced into standard a few years ago. I will say overall it's a great ship, but it does come with some important caveats that I'd like to mention. One is that I would be careful about building these before ship limit, expecting that you're going to get a big return on your investment. These ships are themselves somewhat expensive, in mega credits in particular, though also in minerals. I would not put good engines on them if you can avoid it in the early game. Some people like to make them in pairs, so they have one with good engines and one with weak engines. But just know that enlightening a planet does take a long time, and you're not going to see probably much profit before ship limit. So if you think that it might make more sense to use your priority points to build them after ship limit, then I would highly recommend doing that. This ship is not for a short-term increase in mega credit, so it's not like the Lizard Hiss at all. Now, how should you use the Enlighten? Which planets should you enlighten first? This is a great question. I've researched it. Again, I have a spreadsheet. Again, if you would like me to share a spreadsheet that helps you make these decisions, please let me know afterwards. I'd be happy to do that, to publicize them. Basically, there's a very simple rule when you use the Enlighten, and that's that you go to the planets with a large population. I've done the math, and it turns out that the best benefit comes from enlightening a planet's government that already starts out with a high population. If you enlighten the government of a lower population, it's not going to give you as much of a benefit. So basically, your ideal would be finding a planet that's, say, insectoid, early tribal, with a large population, and then you can increase that tax revenue by 5% every turn. So another thing I'd like to point out about the math with the Enlighten is that it doesn't matter what the starting government level is. So whether you're arriving at a planet that's early tribal or feudal or even monarchy, your tax revenue will go up by the same amount regardless of where it started. So you shouldn't look at a planet and say, oh, that's only early tribal, is it worth investing? Yeah, it is. As long as the population is pretty large, you should invest in that early tribal. The Enlighten is a great ship. I think maybe it could be improved somewhat, but just understand that when you use the Enlighten, it is more of a late game ship in the sense that it's the kind of ship that will give you lots of mega credits in the late game. So you after 50 or 100 turns, you've had the chance to enlighten all of your planets. At that point, you'll be flush with mega credits and you won't have trouble laying minefields. But just don't expect that this is going to be a great ship to build before the ship limit. I did build a couple of them in my recent championship game, but I would generally warn people against having high expectations of the Enlighten and against building it in the early game unless you know what you're doing. So that's pretty much the end of my presentation. I do want to add a couple more notes before I go. One of them is that it's a trick for the Enlighten. When you're enlightening a planet, I would recommend that you not tax it if you've already taxed it down a little bit. So for example, let's say that you've got a feudal planet and you've already taxed it down to maybe 60, 70 happiness. While you're waiting for the enlightenment to happen, let that happiness go up, because when that happiness is going up, you're basically saving for later. You're going to be able to get more tax value out of that happiness after the enlightenment. So I would recommend waiting until later to tax. You can of course tax a little bit now, which is actually a good idea. So maybe tax down to 70 happiness and then wait, and then you're going to get more money for your taxation after the enlightenment is done and the natives are at a higher government level. One last thing is there are other tax strategies out there, and I don't want to say that these are always the best, the ones that I've shown, although I do stand by the claim that the growth tax method is the best default for any game that's not short. But there have been others that people have talked about in the forums. For example, some people say you should take a large deep space freighter or super transport, go to a native planet, tax them down to 40 immediately, and then move on to the next planet, and then tax them down to 40 immediately. And this will get you good mega credits. That can be a good strategy, and I think that should be talked about more. Maybe someone with more knowledge on it can discuss it in the forums. But for most cases, I like my strategy. And in particular, I'd like to hear in the comments if people think that the step strategy that I mentioned may be better or worse than the super transport tax down to 40 strategy I just mentioned. Mostly the question in that case is, do you have time to wait around for an LDSF, or is it convenient for you to go back to that planet, pick up clans again, or does it make more sense for you to drop 100, 200 clans, maybe a bit more, and then get that good tax value while you move your LDSF onto other things? I'll just make one last point about that. The step tax value system is about avoiding wasted happiness. So what I mean by that is, suppose that there's a native planet and it's got 100 happiness and you haven't colonized it yet. Every turn its happiness is going up, but it's peaking at 100, so that's lost potential taxation value. And every turn there's lost potential taxation value from these planets that you haven't colonized yet. But if you use the step tax value, say you get 200 clans onto that planet, and now you're able to either tax them so they stay at 0 happiness change, or get them to have a small decrease in happiness, then that planet, all other considerations aside, has no wasted tax value. So there's nothing going to waste. You started taxing that planet right away, and that happiness level is not going up and you unable to tax it. In fact, it's going down, so you're slowly chipping away at it. That's what I like about the step tax system. It is pretty efficient in that way, and it gives you the chance to send your freighter to another planet and start doing the same thing at other planets and making sure that no happiness is going untaxed. Okay, that's all I have to say about this presentation. I hope it wasn't too long. I hope you got some useful information. I hope you have a great rest of your PlanetsCon. See you later, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you got some really good knowledge. Psydev is from the clan of number crunchers. Throughout my history of playing Planets, even going back to our Planets.nu group, they were those of us who were number crunchers. We have our own Joshua that was always a number cruncher, and Anthony, who was a number cruncher from the Planets.nu, our home group. So, it's trivia time. Let's get ready. Pull out your phones and let's go to this link, play.bookit.com. You're going to need to enter the game ID 612-463. But you know what? I forgot. I have something to show you. The top 3 winners will receive an exclusive limited edition PlanetsCon t-shirt with this really cool design here. Or if that's not your style, we've got My Wife Likes My Gorby in white or black. So here you go. Here's the information to join. Play.bluekit.com. Game pin or game ID is 612-463. Make sure you use your Planets handle so that we can find you and send you the information on how to get these limited edition t-shirts. And also, these t-shirts are being sent. One t-shirt is being sent to every presenter at this year's PlanetsCon. I really appreciate you guys helping out with this. These shirts are coming from Planets.nu. Not me, I don't get credit for that. So thank you to Joshua, Big Beefer, the rest of the team. Also, for the first year, with much appreciation from me, this year's quiz questions were provided by Renathros. I probably just skewered his name. You guys know him. He's stretching his fingers right now and getting ready to take all the notes on the State of Nuniverse, which is coming up right after trivia. But he put in the work for me, and I super appreciate you, man. I super appreciate you. In fact, anybody who wants to be part of the PlanetsCon live team, either by doing a presentation or even the thing that I find the most challenging is the all the finding contributors and kind of getting that lined up. That's the thing that is the most laborious part of this for me. So if you want to join the team and help organize things in advance, that would be great. I would appreciate that. We're going to give this a little bit more time. We got 12 people. Quite a list of players here. Haruku, Tiga, Vindicator, Fexer, Gideon, who has no advanced notes to the questions, Queasy, Silk. Silk is a player that's come into my sphere of awareness, and I've rather enjoyed interacting with him. Koshling, Darkwing, Zen, former Emperor KJN, Darian, Tessapu, Jazarimura. Oops. Okay. We just lost someone. Come on back. Don't leave. Looks like it works to me, Darian. Chrome 2. We're going to give another, let's say 30 seconds. Starting the timer. 30 seconds. Starting now. Ah, that's why we have all the 2s. If you can't type your name in, add a new variable. There's Tailspin. Got 17 players. We got over 40 people watching. There we go. That's the timer. We're going to get started here. I don't know if my face is going to block things, so we might have to take that away. A couple more breaths. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game on. Which of the following races does not build any ships with radiation shielding? Is that the Feds, the Robots, the Rebels, or the Fury? Answer quickly. It could influence your score. Five seconds. The answer is the Robots. They do not have shields, radiation shields. They are just immune. In first place is Tiga. Then Jezza. Wow, that's going really fast. And Zen. Which of the following advantage is not in Classic VGAP? Super Refit, Super Spy Deluxe, 2 times Fast Beams, 3 times Beam Crew Kill. The faster you answer, the more points you earn, as long as you get it right. As you guys know, I love coming up with the animated GIFs for these things. Okay, the correct answer is 2 times faster beam. That was introduced on Planets.nu. Jezza with the top fastest answer, Darian and Tiga. Jezza still at the top, Tiga and Zen in the lead. Next question. The Hiss mission takes place before movement. True or false? Is Hiss before or after movement? Think about it. You gotta know your host order. That's true. Happens before movement. 73% of you got that right. Good job. Darian with the fastest. Zen and Fexer. Zen pulls to the lead above Jezza with Darian on his heels. Take it 2. Which of the following ships can use the Hide in Warpwell mission if it is enabled? Is it a large deep space freighter? Is it a deep space scout? Is it the Taurus class scout? Or is it the Meteor class blockade runner? Do you know what decides if a ship can hide in a warpwell with that mission? Three seconds. The Deep Space Scout has the below the maximum mass needed to do it. Koshling, got that? Tiga and Fexer. Standing is Tiga in the lead. Darian right behind him, tied with Jezza, and Zen chasing. Of the following, which race has the highest overall win percentage according to Planets.nu's map? Is it the Evil Empire, the Birdmen, the Feds, or those nasty, pesky Horwasps? Five seconds. It's the Birdman, and most of you didn't get that. 13%. Lucky 13. Vindicator in the top. Answer, Silk, and Tailspin incorrect. Ooh. No big change in the standings there. When the Feds control a carrier, how many extra fighter bays and how much extra armor or combat mass does the Fed crew Scotty bonus add to control chips in combat? Is it 2 fighter bays and 25 kilotons of combat mass? Is it 4 fighter bays and 75 kilotons? Is it 1 fighter bay and 10 kilotons? Or 3 fighter bays and 50 kilotons? Very good. Most of you got that. 3 fighter bays and 50 kilotons. Tigga, Calrin, and Darian, the fastest answers. Tigga's 70, Darian 63, Jezza 61, Fexer on his tail. Which of these races can be played in a system-generated standard beginner's game? Is it the Evil Empire? Is it the Cyborg, the Crystals, or the Privateers? Think about it. How many of you have played a system-generated standard beginner's game? You might not know this one. Deduce. The Evil Empire. Crystals and Privateers have fuel thing factors. Cyborg have the fire clouds. Tough for a new player to learn those ones. Beginner games don't have fuel. Tigga in the lead. Jarian and Jezza tied with Fexer right behind him. Which cloaking device equipped ship does not have a campaign advantage point cost to enable it for a player? Is it the Bird Swiftheart? Is it the D7C Painmaker? Is it the D3 Thorn class destroyer? Or is it the Rebels Smuggler's Falcon? A fun ship. I used it to spy on Gideon as the robots. I visited his homeworld. He didn't know that. Till just now. Is it D7C Painmaker? Vindicator with the fastest answer. Only correct fast answer. Wow. No movement on the board here. How many defense posts does it take to increase your colonist ground defense multiplier by 1? The 50 defense posts, 25, 20, 10? Tell me, I've got to know. Too fast for you guys? Too slow? $20 is the answer. 31% of you got that right. Silk with the fastest answer. Tigga's holding the lead and widening it. Jezza's at 89. Silk pulling up into third at 78 points. Which method of detecting cloaks will work no matter the race controlling the ship? Is it a glory device with the trigger command with kill mission set? Loki decloak? Minefields covering the area will cause a ship to be detected cloaking? Or is it Horwasp sensors? This one might be a little tricky, guys. I take no responsibility for the accuracy of this answer. But 31% of you got it right. Good job. Tigga, fastest answer. Reclaiming, or he's at the top. Darian and Jez are tied again. 11 of the 20 questions. How many planets are required for a player to achieve a solo victory countdown in a classic sector? Is it 150 planets? 200 planets? 250 planets? Or 300 planets? $200 planets. 250 if you have an ally. Zen with the fastest. Tigger's still leading. Darian's widening the gap with Jezza, and Zen in third. Which of the following native will make a tech level of a starbase built on that world 10 automatically? The Silicanoids, the Bovanoids, the Avians, friends of the Birdmen everywhere, or the Botanicals? Have you seen Botanicals? Good job. Silicanoids, 13 of you, 81%. Take it with the fastest answer. He's going to be widening that gap. Darian sliding into second, or holding second. How many factories can be built on a world with 100 colonist clans? Is it 75? Is it 100? 50? 125? Hey, it's 10. It's 100. 69% of you got that right. Good job. Ticket's fast. So fast. I mean, unless Tigger really messes up, I think he's getting a shirt. Which mission does require a ship to have beams in order to set the mission? Is it Rebel Ground Assault? Is it Minesweeping? Is it Kill Mission? Or is it Pillage Planet? Which requires the ship to have beams to set the mission? It is Pillage Planet. You can set the mission on all those other things, but if you don't have beams, you cannot choose Pillage. Look at those scores. Whew. Game's not over. 5 more questions. Which of the following races does not create free fighters in at least some form? Is it the Evil Empire? Is it the Cyborg? Is it the Horwasp? Or is it the Rebels? Tricky one. Think about it. The Borg do not get any kind of free fighters. Ooh, fast answer there, Jezza. Still got some distance to close. You need Tigger to miss, and you got to hit it. Which of the following torpedoes does not have a longer range than normal torpedoes? Is the Light Proton Plus, the Heavy Proton Plus, Gamma Bombs, or Quantum Torpedoes? Good job. Gamma Bombs. Ren, I'm going to call you on that one. You got to check the answer you gave me. Tigger is so fast. I don't know if you guys are going to catch him. Question 17. Which races can establish larger than normal sized colonies on desert worlds? Privateers, rebels, blizzards, or feds? Which ones can set it up on a desert world more than everyone else? Except for the crystals. We're not counting. And we're not counting terraforming. The rebels. 60 clans. Uh-oh. What happened, Tigger? How many planets are in the new standard map types and the epic map types, respectively? Is it 150 and 300, 180 and 500, 100 and 200, or 250 and 750? What's the combination to this question? 180,500 is correct. Tigger got the fastest answer again. It's looking pretty solid at the top here. Question 19, only 2 more left. Which of these is not a mega credit cost for building any type of starbase? So one of these numbers is not used in constructing a starbase. Remember, there's 3 kinds. A regular one, a debris disk one, mining one, and one in a radiation zone of a star cluster. So you know. Very good. 63%. 1350 mega credits is not a cost for a starbase. Jezza, ooh. No Tigger on that one either, but he's got a pretty big lead. Last question. Who was the first emperor? Was it Emperor Mentar, Emperor Space Squad, Emperor Dungeon Master, or multiple title holding Emperor Emork the Lizard King? Give me a second. Five seconds left. The final question. Emperor Dungeon Master gave us the Stargate as the Borg. Third place, Jezza. Second place, Darian. And in first place, no surprise, it's Tigger. All right. Let's clear that. Okay, I see a couple of people saying one of the questions, at least one of the questions was wrong about the desert world. Yes, the rebels can go on an ice planet in a higher population, but there are 3 races that can have 60 clans on a desert world. Not a trivia question, but which ones are they? They're the rebels. Who else? We're going to take a quick break. Actually, it might not be a quick break. This might be an extended break as we prepare to bring the state of the Nuniverse. Stand by. Welcome back, everybody. It's now time for prime time. We're going to hear from Joshua himself about the state of the Nuniverse. We're all looking forward to find out what's going to happen in this Nuniverse. So without any further ado, I introduce to you Joshua.
Thanks, Greg. It's always great to be here, to be part of this PlanetsCon Live that you put together. I really appreciate all your efforts on it. It's also been really interesting to and great to have you as part of the actual Planets team the last couple of months, and we're looking forward to doing more in the next years here. So this is kind of an exciting time for Planets as we grow our team a little bit and bring on a really talented person to help us to build the community and to grow the site. So yeah, so we're going to jump right into, we've got a whole slate of changes and things to present to you this time around this year. So we're going to go right through that over the next slides. So first off, I just want to congratulate our new Emperor KJN. I checked in on your presentation this morning, and I wanted to say congratulations again. And I have to tell you, I thought you were the favorite coming in, and I was working against you behind the scenes, but to no avail. But it's as best we could to. So congratulations, a great job to win that. Well deserved. Definitely, you're an incredible player, and it's exciting to have such a good player on the site. I'd also like to mention Grand Marshal der Blond Hans. Congratulations for winning the Athber Itatis conflict. And thanks to Big Beaver for choosing the most difficult to pronounce names for these games. I think this is the first time that the Shadowhawks have made it into the leadership of the Echo Cluster. So congratulations to the Shadowhawks for taking control of the military of the unknown in the Outer Ring. So it's great to have a new group coming in there. I'd like to talk about this year's league. So formally wrapping up this year's season as we get ready for the next Emperor game to start. Congratulations to the top 3 winners in this year's league season. TIT, the international team, regular contenders at the top of the leaderboard. SETI Alpha 2, my own team. Good job, team. We made it back into the top 3 this year. And also Risk, regularly flirting around the top part of the leaderboard. So good job, all 3 of you teams. Congratulations. You'll get the first picks as we head into the leaderboard or into the new championship game. And I'm looking forward to seeing that unfold over the next months. Let's talk a little bit about the 2026 league season, changes, upcoming things. We're learning every year. We're growing, we're improving, and we're trying to make it as fun and interesting as we can. And this is something that we've thought a lot about as we think there's really 2 big elements to play on Planets.nu. And league is certainly the most competitive aspect of the community and the way we play. And we're going to talk quite a bit about this in this presentation today, competitive play versus fun play and some of those elements. So we want to really focus on both of those aspects. So we want to enable an opportunity for those competitive players and league teams to go on and compete and see how well they can do. But we also want to focus on fun. Particularly this year, we want to make a big attention to that and bring in lots of new players to just have a good time and less stress in the game and more fun. So 2026 league season, we are going to be starting our champ game starting in January 10th as usual. So that'll be the 2025 winners going into that champ game. And when we look at 2026 season, we want to start dividing the season into 2 distinct periods. We all know that we play a really long game in Planets. It's a very long format. So we have 2 stages to this game. The season is 1 year long each year, but we're going to break this year's season into 2 distinct periods. One is the long format season, which is going to take place in January. So the joining of games will only be available in the month of January. You won't be able to join long format games after January. So between January 1st and 31st, we're going to have all the long format games going. Few small changes this season. You can join as many games as you want from your team of any format that you want of the long format games. So that's up to you how committed you are, how much effort you want to make. We still have the structure that the top 3 scores from your team will end up counting towards your overall point total as you win. So if you want to join even multiple very high standard games, whatever, you can do that. But we'll only be doing the joining phase in January. And then take your shots. The top 3 scores from your team are going to get counted towards your overall point total. So we expect those games, most of those games, a lot of them being, some of them are epic, some of them are longer. A lot of those games will be wrapping up by late summer, August, September. This is really typical from what we see, is that a lot of those games are done. There's the odd one that carries a little bit longer, but most of them are finished with the 100 turns or 90 turns fixed lengths on them. So they're usually done around September. And so that will kind of set the baseline points as we come into short format season. So September is going to be another big ramp up opportunity. And this is where we're going to focus on the short format. And this season, we're going to run it a little bit differently. Rather than having a bunch of short available, there might be still some dogfights and a couple of things that are more open for just general joining. But we are planning to run a Blitz tournament starting in September. So every member of any league team can join into the Blitz tournament, and they will be earning points for their teams. We may also offer some other prizes for those. And anyone who survives, we'll be running it not in a full bracket because we don't have time to do that, and it takes a really long time. But basically, every team member who advances to the next level will, as long as your team has at least one person advancing to the next level, your team's going to earn points for making it to that next level. So there will be elimination brackets, but we won't necessarily make it all the way to the top of the final winner. And the other thing we're going to run starting in September, which is going to be quite fun, we're hoping, is we're going to be running a single giant campaign melee game where every member that wants to join can join. It'll possibly be the largest game we've ever run. There'll be 10 planets for every player joining. The map will get sized accordingly. And the turns will run until the end of the season, so right up to PlanetsCon next year. So we're expecting about 80 turns, 1 turn per day. And everyone who joins can join. So your team can have, up to 11 players. All of your teammates can all join if you want, or you could just join with 1 player. But in order to gain points, your team will have to earn a minimum of 10 planets for each player in order to then start earning additional points. So you will earn points for your team based on the number of planets that you have. And but if you have 1 player in there, then as soon as you have 10 planets and you start to get to 11, 12, 13, you'll be earning points for your team. But if you have 8 players in there, then you'll need to get 80 planets before you can start earning additional points for your team. So this could have a huge swing on the outcome of League next year, depending on how this goes. And we'll be excited to see how this unfolds. One more catch on this game. We will be running this game with nearly full visibility of everything that is happening on the site. And the reason for that is so that we can all talk about it and have a lot of fun watching what everyone is doing. And we can commentate on the game and bring a lot of news and information about what's happening in that game and make it a big fun event for everyone to participate in. There's a good possibility that we will run a test run of this sometime this spring, just an open fun game with no league implications, just to make sure we work the kinks out of this format and make sure it's going to work and we understand the scoring and impact beforehand. So look for that maybe in the early spring, and we might run one of these. If you want to join, it could be a lot of fun. I mentioned League a lot now, and I'd like to mention our other focus in 2026. So I've mentioned it already here, but we really want to focus also on playing Planets for fun, for just the pure joy of the exploration of the Echo Cluster, for the fun of playing with your friends, playing a game with your friends, and enjoying the experience, and not feeling stressed about the outcome. And that's something we are going to focus a lot on in 2026, from the way we are communicating with you as a community, and some of the tools that we're bringing, even during this presentation, are getting deployed probably as we speak. So the following the league kickoff in January, we will move to the regular play period of the year, which is going to run between February and August, which is when we're really going to be focusing on just regular play, fun play, games that are just for the pure enjoyment of the game. So lots of different formats and interesting things. So what we would like to focus on, what we would like to encourage all of you to do this year, starting in this period in between February and August, is to go out and invite your real friends, family, people that you know that like to play games, and form a private group. We're going to have some tools to make it easy to invite people, to form games that only people within your group can join, and create some private, fun home games that are just games amongst your friends, like playing a board game with your friends. And we really want to encourage you all to go out and try and form a group, invite some different people. Of course, you can invite people from the site as well, but the goal here is really to try to bring in a lot of new players and create some new groups. So our hope is that you can go out and start to form some fun groups to play with your friends. If you have to handicap yourself, you have to, because maybe you're too good for the game for them. But find ways to do that. We'll be coming up with some fun game formats that might help make that easier to do, and make it easy for you to choose how to create great fun games. And that's a big part of the goal this year. So please do that, and I'm going to come back to that, some of those tools in a bit. Victory Point Games. Thank you very much, Koshling, for your very accurate and detailed breakdown of Victory Point Games. Some of your analysis is very similar to our own. In my own experience, I played a couple of Victory Point Games this year to understand it. Here's where we're at with Victory Point Games. We've run a year now of experimenting with them. We think there's work to be done. There are actually some really interesting moments and decisions that go out there. And when you start thinking about those victory point systems, especially those bonuses, like, oh, how can I win this bonus and win the game? We haven't done all the balance work we need to do. Some of the bonuses are a little bit weird, or there's not enough transparency as to where you are in those things. So there's more work to be done here. So given that we're trying to do a lot of other things on the site right now as well, we're going to pause the creation of Victory Point Games. We do want to create, the Koshling mentioned, we did want to create paths to victory that were different from just pure combat. So the idea that maybe I can be an economic turtle and do some of that. And some of those things we'd contemplated the idea of being able to build a wonder or something like that, like taking some ideas from different games, and maybe some of that stuff will come back in and we'll revisit Victory Points. But for now, we're going to pause the creation of Victory Point Games as a standard created game, and we're just going to focus on some of the other stuff until we get a chance to revisit this. Okay, 2025 updates. So we've got a lot of interesting things coming in this quarter. The first thing I want to mention is black holes, neutron star clusters, and more wormholes. So, and I did write in there, for real this time, this is a real scenario. We were prepared to deploy black holes and neutron star clusters at this time last year. And unfortunately, we started to do some testing on them and started to do some of the work required on the front end to give them give you the UI tools that you needed to see these things and to interact with them effectively. And we hit some real difficult programming challenges. So we've slightly redesigned some of these things. And so we had to halt the deployment of those. And now we're back this year deploying them again. And so, but they are actually being deployed theoretically as we speak right now. Big Beaver's working behind the scenes. So we had to make a few tiny tweaks to them to make them a little bit easier for us to get implemented. But here they are, in case you can't remember from last year. Black holes. I'm not going to go over the entire presentation here of them, but essentially you've got a huge black hole in space. That's how they look on the map on the bottom right there. And you've got, essentially you can fly into them, but you have to fly in very slowly, like a warp well, or you will get sucked to the center. If you move in slowly, you can go in and then you can fly out quickly. There's a bunch of other benefits. You can earn fuel when you're in there. You can't hype across them. There's a few various interactions there, but think of them like a really big warp well with various bands of speed that you can use when you're approaching the black hole. Oops. Neutron star clusters. So here we wanted to have some positive benefits to some of the stellar cartography. And so neutron star clusters, they're basically groups of star clusters, usually 2 or 3 cores that you can't fly through, with a neutron radiation halo, which has positive effects, including a 30% boost in warp speed range. So you actually can fly a little faster when you're inside of one of these. So and then also, if you're defending a planet from inside, you'll gain a 50% shield advantage, which is nice. So there are just some advantages to having one of these things around, and none of the negative radiation advantages that you're used to. Okay, botanical natives. I saw that they were mentioned in the trivia, and I think that's very timely because it does seem that botanical natives are becoming a little bit more common and well known throughout the echo cluster. So they're starting to become well understood as well. So for those of you who haven't had the luck of meeting with botanical natives, they have some nice benefits, and you will possibly see them a bit more frequently. They do seem to be spreading throughout the echo cluster. So things, if you don't know anything about them, here are the details. They can be taxed like normal natives. The colonist growth rate and max population of your colonists on a planet with botanical natives is significantly higher. They're an interesting species in that they evolve very quickly. So the native government of botanical natives will naturally rise over time throughout the course of the turns that are passing in the game. So, and then they also do spread. So they may spore off to other nearby planets. So occasionally you will find, if there are other planets with no natives nearby, they may suddenly have botanical natives, which will grow and start to develop on those planets. So it's interesting. They're benevolent benefits to the echo cluster, I think. There's also been some other rumors that Babu or similar type creatures seem to be, like, there's been some sightings of them around the echo cluster. So keep your eyes open. It's possible that you will see some creatures like this. If you don't know who the Babu are, you may not have played far enough through the home sector storyline, but they're an interesting creature that can spread around. So you might see some of these popping up as well somewhere in your experience. Trade stations. This is another one where we were at the point of deployment last year. There were some complications with this, but we are bringing them in. They're getting deployed right now. So they will allow mineral transfer and money transfer between nearby star bases without ships. So if you haven't played with these before, they are only being released as a campaign edition, and you can purchase them for any race, with the exception of the Horwasp. So they're available to be purchased. Okay, game changes, and this is some of the areas you guys always like to think about. We're gonna get right into it. The theme in 2026 is a continuation of the theme from 2025, and that is to continue to make useless things more useful, so that we have all these hulls and ships and features in the game that exist already, but they're often not useful enough to actually choose them, and so we want to do that. The other thing that we want is to continue to make tools that increase fun, lighthearted play amongst friends. So a lot of the work that we've been doing has been going into these two avenues. A little bit of a stats analysis here. We've been looking at the stats. I showed a slide similar to this last year. We have now had well over 100 standard games played at the standard 180 planet turn game. So we wanted to analyze those because that is a pretty significant change. And this is the results of the current 180 planet games. Yeah, watch out for the privateers. So it does seem that the privateers, as anecdotally appeared to be the case, do have a significant advantage in the short format. It's not particularly surprising. We were kind of hoping that people would adapt and deal with them, but I think what we're seeing is that the privateers' ability to essentially reach their optimal enemies, no matter where they might be on the map, is giving them some significant win probabilities. So some of the changes that you're going to see over the next few slides do have some implications related to this, and may have a small impact on this. And so we'll have a look at that, and you can judge for yourself whether that's enough or not. We'll see. But needless to say, for all of you out there, if you are playing in a standard 180 planet game, beware, they're coming. Okay, we're going to jump in right away to our race by race breakdown of potential changes, and there are some doozies coming in here for both campaign and for standard. So some of you are going to get excited about the things that are coming. Hopefully your race gets something, but not all races are getting something as usual. So this is an opportunity for you to have a look. So let's talk about the feds. They are getting a significant boost, and here it is. In campaign, there are a lot of small advantage point adjustments being made. So start with money transfer, minesweeping. These are getting adjustments. You'll see a lot of these on the different slides. But the very interesting one that is coming here is that the Fed crew bonus is getting its first ever change. From this point forward in standard, frigates, which have been piloted by Fed crews, will now benefit from a 35% fighter defense. And what that is that fighters will miss 35% of the time. This is very similar to the impact of the Jacker from the Horwasp. Not nearly as much, just to compare that. That's a 75% fighter defense with their heavy hull, but with 35%. This is not nearly the impact that is. So certainly these ships are still going to get killed by fighter ships by, as usual, as most frigates are quite small. But they will have, due to their additional maneuverability and the quality piloting by the Fed crews, fighters will not be quite as impactful. You'll immediately start to jump to some ideas here about what you can do with this, particularly around some of the Fed ships that we've always wanted to use a little bit more. Are now slightly more interesting and definitely more useful, particularly when you're fighting some carrier races. So have some thoughts about that, and enjoy that little boost for the Fed commanders. We have seen statistically, despite all the interesting diversity and quality of ships for the Feds, they are having a hard time winning games, and they're one of the lowest win percentage games or races in the game. So this is hopefully an opportunity to take advantage of some of those more advantages that they have. A diverse ship list. All right, lizards. Effectively no changes here for the lizards. Overall, Starbase Minesweeping and Starbase Minelaying are changing in their AP value. They're not getting selected tremendous amount by people, but we're going to just make them a little bit more accessible. If you want to choose to use them, you can judge if they're valuable enough at 10 advantage points rather than the 30 for Starbase Minelaying, for example. Birds. I have this feeling almost every year that I'm making some adjustments. A couple of the races seem to get a lot more attention. Some of them are getting there, but some of them needed a little bit more work from the beginning. The birds is one of those. They have had a lot of changes over the years, and I do think we're finally getting somewhere. But there are a couple of last things that never really worked quite the way we wanted or were valuable enough, and so we're addressing those this season. First off, the Valiant Wind class carrier. If there was ever a less useful carrier in the game, well, maybe the Scorpius, but we addressed that last year. The Valiant Wind class carrier would be a top candidate for the most useless carrier in the game, and for various reasons, mostly because they can't afford the fighters and the ship's not very strong and all those things. We have done one iteration in campaign of the Valiant Wind Storm carrier, but we never felt that that was a candidate to actually bring it to standard. It just didn't feel quite right. So the Valiant Wind has been repurposed. The birds have gone back to work and thought about what can we do with this carrier, and they've converted it into a fighter construction ship. So the Valiant Wind class carrier, each of their 3 fighter bays can, in a very similar way to the Evil Empire's free fighters, produce up to 3 free fighters per turn from minerals from the planet that they're orbiting over, if they own the planet. So this is an opportunity to get a new mission, to build fighters mission, and those 3 fighters per turn can be built. In addition, this works in combination with the Red Wind class carrier, which can create an additional 2 fighters per turn when paired or located at the same location as a Valiant Wind with the Build Fighters mission on it. So this is an interesting, slight economic opportunity for the birds to save some money to build some fighters if they want to choose to have a bit of a fighter economy or to populate their star bases and whatnot. So hopefully this makes it interesting and compelling to build the Valiant Wind from time to time at least, and the Red Winds to go along with it. So I'm very curious to see how that affects you and if you choose to make the decision to build these or not. Lastly, in standard, the covert data link feature is moving to standard, and this is a feature that I doubt many of you have actually used up until this point, but essentially from our point of view, this is the way that Super Spy was always meant to be. Essentially, the idea that you've spied a code and now you can use that secret code that you found and use it to get through the minefields and get away from a planet or whatnot. And but of course, with the ability of anyone to change those friendly codes every single turn, this essentially was never an effective tool. With covert data link, for those of you who are not familiar with it, if you have super spied a planet, an enemy planet, and you see their friendly code, it is now possible to use that friendly code even if they have changed the code. However, the older the code is, the less likely it is to work. And if a code is discovered to be used, and there's a chance of that every time, then that code will no longer work. So there's a bit of uncertainty here, but essentially you do have certainty on the first turn after you scan a planet. So if you are sitting over a planet and you detect its friendly code, the following turn you will 100% of the time be able to use that code. But on subsequent turns, it will diminish by 10% per turn the odds that that code will still continue to work. And so this essentially just allows Super Spy to do what you always kind of wished it could do or wanted it to be able to do without the other guy being able to just change that code. So that's covert data link. It is being moved into standard, and you can actually do that. Campaign Diplomatic Spies is getting a upgrade It's also subsequently going from 5 points to 15 points. But diplomatic spies will now, if you enable diplomatic spies, it will notify you of all diplomatic changes made by any party at any point during the game. So significant, meaningful, doesn't have anything to do with your ambassadors. So all the Birdman ambassadors are breathing a sigh of relief because there's been a lot of executions over the years. This is not going to have any impact on whether the diplomatic spies works or not. They've infiltrated all of you enough now that if they want to use it, they can. Okay, moving on. The Fury. Okay, small change here to the way, well, fairly significant change. So one of the things that we've also been trying to do is when there's an over complexity been added at some point in the game, we're trying to reduce complexity. We're trying to reduce the code base. We're also trying to reduce just the understanding of the game. So stealth armor is one of those things that was always a little bit too complicated. We got it a little bit wrong. So we would like to modify, we are modifying stealth armor, which primarily affects the D9 USVA stealth raider. So this ship now, stealth armor, always works regardless of what speed you are currently moving. And it always gives you a limited visibility of 25 light years or 30 light years if your enemy is sensor sweeping. So this is just to make it simpler. So right now you could sneak up and be going slower and get closer, but it's harder to do and harder to use. This way, if you set yourself at least 30 light years from your enemy planet or any other enemy ships, you can be sure that they can't see you. And that is a very powerful thing. And the one advantage of this versus, say, cloaking, because at some point we even considered to just make the D9 USVA a cloaker and eliminate stealth armor entirely. But the really nice advantage of stealth armor versus cloaking is that you can still do something else while you are not being seen. For example, minesweeping, which is the most obvious benefit here. So you can sit 30 light years off of an enemy planet and minesweep all you want, and they don't even know where you are and why their minefields keep disappearing. That's the kind of thing that generates customer support issues for Greg when people say, you know, my minefields keep disappearing and I don't know why. But we don't always give away the reasons. We just say it's working as it should. And again, the Fury also have the Valiant Wind, so they're going to get the same benefits as the Birdman when it comes to the Valiant Wind, if you'd like to build a fighter construction ship there as well. So Fury people, USVA lovers, go out and enjoy this slight improvement to the USVA. Privateer. The Privateer are getting some enhancements, but only in campaign. There's quite a few advantage points changes down below. The Corruptor is getting a little bit cheaper, the Bloodfang a little bit cheaper, Hide and Warp Well is cheaper. So there's a few different advantages that are getting slightly cheaper. The Rob Fighter's advantage is being changed. It was a little bit complicated again. Percentage chances of working on each fighter and all these things led to a lot of like uncertainty and not adding value, because how is it really going to work? That question. So we wanted to simplify that. Essentially, we've changed it to just the Redwind Rob's fighters, so it only applies to the Redwind class carrier. It doesn't apply to any other ships. So if they get a carrier for someone else, they can't rob fighters. And the Redwind will only rob fighters from enemy ships, not from enemy starbases. And it will always just work, though. So if they have fighters, they do not rob other types of cargo. They only rob fighters. And so they will rob fuel and fighters from an enemy ship. And you can be certain that they can rob up to 60 fighters from an enemy ship. So it can be very powerful. A couple of them could completely empty a enemy carrier. So this is something you may want to use a little bit different than how it was done before, but can be very powerful if they actually need to fight for some reason against some carriers. So we'll see how much difference that makes, but it's also a much less expensive advantage than the Rob Fighter's advantage, which was priced very high because of its starbase killing nature. Cyborg. There is one notable change here for the Cyborg. In campaign, repair itself is going, actually that's not even campaign, but advantage points for repair itself is going from 10 to 5. But the more notable change here is the Quietus class cruiser plus is getting a cost change. So this is getting cheaper in terms of the minerals required. So we did make the change last year that the Quietus is able to self-channel and has radiation shielding. So it has some purposes to it, but it was still too expensive to choose it. It still made more sense to just build a fire cloud, especially with the 2 engines required and whatnot. So we are making this significantly cheaper. This is a very rare thing, but due to the complexity of making this particular type of change and the low impact that we think it will have on existing games, this change will affect all active running games, including those games that are running right now. So if you're in a game, as soon as this is deployed, you may find that your Quietuses are suddenly cheaper to build, and you might want to build one, and that's okay. But obviously, anything that has already been built, you're not going to get refunds or anything like that on this. So this change will probably not be deployed today, but over the course of the next week, because we have to do some things to make sure that this doesn't cause any data validation issues and whatnot. So we'll be rolling that out carefully. The crystals. This has been a big discussion point. Even this has come up again. The team format games this year had a lot of challenges with the entire map being covered with web mines, and we've had that experience before. And of course, we made the big decision to nerf the crystals and remove the web mine immunity from your allies, so Safe Passage cannot let you fly safely through those. So we aren't making any changes to the way that's working. However, for some team game formats, some certain game formats, we will be preventing. We won't be allowing webmine immunity even with full alliance. So if you have a crystal on your team, it will still not be, you will still not be able to fly through them, even though it's a full alliance team game. So sorry, that's not going to be capable to be done at any time in any game. However, unless it's a custom game that you set up or whatnot. However, there is a slight softening here. The crystals web mines will no longer web drain Safe Passage or better allies. So you can't fly through without hitting a mine, but you won't be web drained if you give Safe Passage or have Safe Passage from a crystal ally and they lay mines over your ships. You will not be web drained. So because of these, we also made a slight tweak. We're giving 15 points back to the crystals in advantage points for campaign. Web mines is going from 165 to 150 because of the significant impact that this diplomatic change has made over the last couple of years. And then the usual minesweeping, mine laying changes are happening here. And then lastly, and this is a change in standard, the Topaz class gunboat is now elusive. So it has only 10% chance of being hit by torpedoes. And another change is that ships which are elusive will now include a 50% fighter defense as well. So elusiveness on fighter attacks. So they are significantly defended against fighter attacks. And so that affects the Topaz. The Evil Empire. Okay, very exciting. We do have a brand new ship. Emperor KJN's ship is coming, and we will be announcing that on the next slide. I'll come to in a second. The RU-25 gunboat, just like the Topaz class gunboat, is also elusive, so it's going to have that. And then there is one small downgrade here on the Evil Empire. The short format 15 free fighters per turn has proven a little bit too strong, and we're going to be tweaking that back to 10 free fighters per turn. Still should be viable in short format games, but their 15 was too much in the Evil Empire. People had figured out essentially how to win almost every time with this. So we're gonna be changing that slightly. Okay, let's get right into this new ship, the Aggregator class Interdictor. So KJN came up with this idea, and with a lot of work between myself and KJN and the team, we've had some discussions around it. And here is the ship and how it works. So there's quite a bit of detail on this slide, so I'm going to explain it a little bit. But I am going to start by saying this. This is an extremely rare move. We've never done this before, but Emperor KJN's ship, the Aggregator class interdictor, is going to be going straight into standard starting, not with the Emperor game this year, but with new games starting in January, it will be included. So you will be able to start using the interdictor right away in all of your games, and this is going to have an interesting and immediate tactical impact for you to do this. So what does it do? Well, the interdictor has an interdict mission, and essentially this is a gravity well generator, and it is something like a giant tractor beam, which is preventing ships from moving away from the interdictor. So effectively, any ship that does not have enough power or enough hull mass, in this case, cannot move away from the interdictor. So in order to make it a fairly predictable and understandable concept here, essentially an interdictor can set its base power, or the power of this gravity well, is dependent upon the type of engines that are on board. So if you have transwarp drive engines on it, and it takes 6 engines to build one of these things. If you have transwarp drives, you have a base power of 81 kilotons, let's say. So you will be able to stop, if you set your warp setting to warp 9, then the range of the interdiction field will be 81 light years. And you will be able to stop any ship which is less than it has a hull mass less than 81 kilotons from moving away from you. Those ships will be able to move towards you, towards the source of the well, but they will not be able to move away from you. If you choose to reduce your warp speed, the range of the field will drop down. However, the strength of the field will increase according to the interdiction field strength chart that you can see on the bottom right. So essentially, if you set your warp speed down to warp 4, for example, you will only produce a ring or an interdiction field that is 16 light years in radius. However, it will have a power of 410 kilotons, preventing any ship up to 410 kilotons from moving away from you. So, and you can see at warp 2 or warp 1, you essentially can stop any ship from moving away from you. However, they can move towards you. So this is, and they're not damaged in any way. They're not fuel drained in any way. They're just stuck. They cannot move away. So tons of interesting tactical elements that come with this. Ships are also not decloaked. If they're decloaked, they still can't move away, but they're not uncloaked. So there are a lot of tactical elements to this. Note, you can put 2 interdictors with overlapping fields. However, they doesn't increase the interdiction strength of either field. Each field is treated individually based on its own power. But if you can imagine that if you have 2 or 3 interdictors, you could actually prevent a ship from being able to move in any direction. And if you're willing to set up that kind of trap. So very interesting tactical plays. I think it's going to be a very creative ship. It's going to prevent, you can lock down a planet. You can do a lot of various things with it. You can create a blockade. You can stop people from being able to go in. One other major piece of information here, I almost forgot, is that no ship of your own or an enemy can tow from within or through an interdiction field. So the moment that a ship is towing and hits an interdiction field, the tow will get stopped. The ship that is towing will continue to move, and the ship that was towed will stop. The ship that will continue to move if it can. So this is a potential very big tactical element as well, and definitely a very big defensive element. You can protect your planets from being towed, like your ships from being towed off of planets and things like this. Huge addition here for the Evil Empire, and I'm sure this is going to be very interesting to experiment with over the coming months and years. So all of you Evil Empire players, enjoy. I'm hoping you enjoy this ship, and thank you, Emperor KJN, for coming up with the idea. And we're very looking forward to seeing what you can produce with this, what we can all do with this. It's going to be fun. All right, moving on to the robots. There's been a lot of discussion over the past few years about the robots and their inability to win games. And, you know, despite seeming like a very, very powerful race, it's again similar to the Feds, where you have a very strong race, a lot of interesting things going on there. You want to use them. And they obviously have this huge advantage of 4 times mind laying. But they also have this one tremendous weakness. And that is the scissors for their paper, the paper for their rock, the colonies. And we have decided that hardened mines will now become standard. And what that means is fighter mine sweeping will not work against robot mines. And this is a pretty big change. It's a very big change as far as the colonies are concerned, and as far as the robots are concerned, taking away their arch enemy, if you will. It kind of flips the script on the colonies with the robots. So we'll see how this plays out. This is now going to be moved into standard. Note, there is another rule that comes along with this, called a limitation, whatever you want, that it will no longer be possible for anyone, when this setting is active, for anyone to be able to lay mines in the robot's name. So you cannot lay robot mines in order to foil colonial minesweeping. Lastly, the Iron Slave class base ship is being made a scout, and will gain planet immunity, much like the other scouts that we did last season. There's a number of changes with the campaign points, but most noticeably, the instrumentality is being changed from 30 to 15. With the change to the Cybernaut, particularly, the instrumentality has had a little bit of a downgrade in its place in the Echo cluster, but it may have always been a little bit too high in its advantage point value. So it's been changed to 15 now, and hardened mines, the advantage point of those has actually gone up from 25 to 30 despite moving to standard. So they're slightly more valuable. So there's about a 10-point difference, I think, to the standard advantage point value of the robots, or 15 with the Automa, I think. So robots, enjoy. Let's see what difference that makes on your ability to win some games. The Rebels. No real significant changes to the Rebels this season. Minesweeping, mine laying, those things are affecting them. Colonies, same thing here. No significant changes to the colonies. They've had a lot of attention over the previous seasons. Horwasp, no change here as well. So those are the significant changes to the game this season. Kind of back to that 180 planet privateer thing. Hardened mines, interdictor, we'll see what impacts those have. And if that makes any difference to the survivability of some of those races. As always, we welcome your analysis and comments on the changes that we make. We definitely reserve the right to reverse one of these decisions if we get it wrong. And there might be a change in the future or modified depending on the things that you discover, which can definitely surprise us at times. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we do. But this is the rule set for 2026 is set as such. Okay, I'd like to introduce some completely topic change. This is more to the tools of the actual website. We've been doing some work on it, and we would like to introduce a new feature that should be getting deployed to all of you right now. The Customize Your Games page feature. So there's a new button on your page that will allow you to customize your home page and what you see. You can change the order of the different sections. You can hide different sections. If you don't want to see your home sector, you can uncheck it and it won't be visible to you anymore. You can move your groups up to the top, and you're going to be able to customize this as you like. So enjoy that. In addition, we've created the ability to create these private group games. So if you have a particular group, you can create a game which will only fall inside of that group, and it will show up for that group in your homepage area. So you can basically have your home game groups or your, whatever. If the Finland wants to force it, have a group and have only Finnish games or whatever, you guys can do what you like and create a game group that is with those games only inside of there. And so there's going to be some tools in there, and then we're continuing to build on this, but essentially this private group stuff. Obviously, we have already got groups having private chat in them and whatnot. So we're just expanding upon that. And there are some tools in there as well on the game pages to invite people via email to a game. And so encourage you guys to use that. So this is kind of what we were talking about. Please go out and create some private groups and invite your friends and invite people and see if they want to try Planets, and get them to invite their friends and anybody else that might want to enjoy this game in the same way that we do. So I hope you can do that, and I hope you enjoy using these tools. Also, one small tiny feature, we have added a activity feed moderation feature, which might come. We'll see how everyone reacts to it, but essentially the thread owner, if you start a new thread, you will have the opportunity to mute someone if you feel like they're getting off track a little bit from your preferred direction. Please don't overuse this. Please don't abuse it just to shut down people. But we do hope that we wanted to give you guys a bit of choice on who participates in the threads that you guys start. We'll see how that goes. Note admin will also have the ability to mute or unmute people, and it will be visible when you do so. Zap Stargazer. Some of you have been missing him, I'm sure. He's been lost in space for several months. However, we recently received a signal from him suggesting he might return soon. So we're hoping to get Zap back. We'll see. And lastly, just as I was just said, I'd just like to reiterate, this is the end of the presentation, but I would like to reiterate that in 2026, please go out, create groups with your friends, invite your real life friends and family, and have fun with Planets this season. Don't take it too seriously. Just play games. Don't worry about outcomes. Enjoy the experience. Enjoy the discovery of your planets, the joys of creative tactics by your enemies and by yourself, and optimizing your logistics and diplomacy, and keep it friendly and light and fun. And remember that we're all playing game together with our friends, and all of us in this community are friends in my mind. So let's work together and make the place and the experience and the joy of the game something for everyone. And let's bring lots of new people in this year that are going to also enjoy that experience as well. So thank you all very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right. We're going to take just a quick break while I reconfigure.
Over to you, Greg.
And we'll be right back, everybody. All right. Welcome back. Gotta love toy time and Christmas. Joshua, thank you for that presentation. We're going to get some questions coming my way. I've already got a few. First of all, it seems that people were really glad to see Covert Data Link coming into standard. That was very well received in the chat. With regards to the Valiant Win and Red Wings wins, is there a limit on how many red wins?
Nope.
Okay. Chamaz asks, would a scanned MFX code still work even if changed globally?
Yes. If you scan one of those, it will still work globally, but only it will diminish its likelihood of being successful. And if it does, because every turn it loses 10% of its capability or probability of working. And if it doesn't work, then they are notified that one of their codes was used that was incorrect or compromised, and it goes from there.
Excuse me. Will Prive be able to set a tow lock inside of an Indictor gravity field, like in a debris disk, not tow, but tow lock?
Oh, tow lock to capture a ship. That's a good question. I would say yes. They can grab that. I actually need to check and see how we've implemented that, but that would be the way that I think that should work. You could still rob and capture a ship inside, but you can't tow it away.
When we were talking about this, you and I and the team, we did talk about that, and I think it was if the interdictor has no fuel, then its interdicting field is no longer active. Correct?
Right. So then you would be able to tow in that case. But if you were inside of a different interdiction field, you still wouldn't be able to tow. But in this case, the tow lock is more of it's a decision to capture the ship rather than it's more of a mechanism in the site to capture the ship rather than an actual tractor beam tow situation. It's more of a targeting mechanism in this case because you don't actually have to move anywhere.
Koshling asks, why no interdictor in Emperor game?
It really comes down to we're introducing this into the 2026 rule set. There's a little uncertainty about this ship. It's pretty significant. So the Emperor game for this season is kind of the continuation of the 2025 season. It's the finale of that season.
Will the interdictor field...
We have introduced rule sets before, but it really comes down to that ship's a little more impactful and uncertain. Essentially, we want a little bit safer environment to try it out in.
Will the interdictor field be displayed on the map or be viewable by victims? Will ships get a message?
You can't see it as the enemy ship, but you do get a message if you get stopped by one or fly through one. But when you create the interdiction field, you can see it and the range. You get a little range mark of how far out you're reaching with it.
So only way you know one's there is if it caught you.
Yeah.
Okay. What else we got here? Will the interdictor affect Horwasp pods?
Yeah. They can still move towards you, but they can't move away from you. So I guess you could stop them out in space. Could be very effective.
Yeah, nice picket ship. Okay. We're going to bounce around a little bit. Will allies be stopped by webs? Allies will be stopped by webs, but will not get fuel drain, correct?
That's correct.
Gideon's over there typing away, getting the questions to me. Keep them coming, everybody.
I'm enjoying getting a chance to call in here from my lab here on SETI Alpha 2.
It's weird not seeing the iconic bay windows behind you, though.
They're still there.
Good change for the EE and Blitz games. However, robots are also too powerful. Will you consider reducing their ability to maybe 2 times mine?
We're not making any other changes right now. One discussion point that, and I'm happy to open this up for discussion, because there was a suggestion at one point in the feed and maybe in the suggestion boxes that kind of appealed to me, but it probably doesn't appeal to everyone, is the idea of random race selection and matching races, so that everything is always equal in those games. So that's something that I find interesting. Personally, I like playing lots of different races, so it's kind of fun for me, but some people I know don't like that as much. So I'd be curious to, you guys can have a debate about that and what kind of rule set we might apply to the Blitz tournament in the fall. Could be interesting. And then this question is a little bit more or less important.
Right. So the elusive change of dodging 50% of fighter fire is for all ships. Does that stack with the 25% for Fed crews?
Those are not frigates, so they would not get that advantage. It has to be a ship that has the word frigate in its name for that Fed crew advantage to make a difference.
That's an easy one. Psydev says, what about the Empire's new mine layer? I thought the Empire ship would be a torpedo ship.
Well, the interdictor is very much a space controlling mechanism, much like minefields, but it's in its own unique way. They're not a mine laying race. They're not about that. They're about taking you and capturing you, and they have a different style.
Tailspin asks, can the admin team please document these changes somewhere on the site? There are so many changes now, documentation cannot keep up with the changes. And I am going to answer this one. One of my goals in my new role with you, with the admin team, is to take a good overview of documentation and how we're doing it, and work with the documentation team to address their concerns and figure out how we can make that a reliable resource. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but it's one of my personal objectives of joining the team. I want to get through PlanetsCon. We'll get through the launch of League, but in the new year, it'll be something that I'm reaching out to people. So if you're on the documentation team, please send me a message. I will be seeking you out. I have a list of everyone on the documentation team, but that is something that I want to focus on from my role in 2026. That was fun. Does the privateer Red Wing also benefit when in the presence of a Valiant win? So if they steal one or trade one, will they be able to build fighters with the Red Wing?
Yep.
All right. That's nice. Like they need more help. K&J asks, when does the Emperor game open? That's going to be in January, right?
Yeah, January 10th. But we're going to be starting the start date. But the game itself will probably get created next week, and then we'll be starting the joining process, which usually takes a couple of weeks for us to get through all the people picking their races and all that other stuff. I think actually we may not set the start date as hard. Like once everybody's in, we might just get going and launch it.
Yeah, they got if KJN had not triggered the victory countdown, the game would be ending next week. So it'd be nice,
right? Yeah,
to know that.
Thanks,
coming
KJN.
into this. Okay. Psydev, I love Psydev, and a lot of people still calling for this, and it's not happened yet, but there's a desire for the Valiant win to cloak.
Yeah, I thought about that quite a bit, but it's in the end it doesn't. I thought a lot about whether the Valiant one would you even get built if it cloaked, right? Like, okay, would you still choose to build it? And I've played a lot of bird games, and I couldn't definitively say, like, why would I build this ship still? There's still no reason to build it, right? It wouldn't be very effective as a combat vessel. I can't afford the fighters. There's no reason to build Valiant Win, and the birds are not, creating a fighter combat environment, right? So that's just not. It just didn't feel like the right fit. So while it is kind of a neat idea, and I think it's neat that the Red Wing does as a more of a fighter transporter, and I think that's kind of where I'm envisioning it now, is that, like, you've got your factory and then you've got your little transporters that can bring them around to various star bases and whatnot. Now you've got a useful thing that can bring some fighters to the front line safely, or relatively safely, and but you've got a different approach to how to do it. It really come down to, I still wouldn't build it when it was cloaked. I thought a lot about cloaking it, but I was like, but why?
Is the storm carrier going to stay in the game?
Yeah, it's still going to exist, and it is if you do, and in fact you could have it. The storm carrier does not get the fighter building benefits. So a Valiant Win storm carrier does not build fighters, but you can pair it with a fighter building factory of Valiant Win. So if you do want to, in campaign, create a real combat capability in terms of fighters, the storm carrier and Red Wing storm, the Red Wings can be effective there. So it is possible to create a sort of combat carrier fleet and use the default constructing Valiant Winds to be effective fighter builders.
Will the Red Wind storm carrier build 2 fighters with a Valiant?
No. So same thing. Those two are kind of, they have a completely different purposes. So you'd have to activate them both. But the Red Wind, I believe the Red Wind and the Valiant, certainly the Valiant Wind, they don't have any AP cost still. So
I might need to check. I think the Red Wind has 5 points.
Maybe 5 points on the Red Wing. Yeah, because of the cloaking device. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Valiant doesn't.
We may have to, if the Valiant Win proves quite valuable, we might have to tweak that and add a couple of AP points for the Valiant Win, but we're not doing that right now.
Okay. Make it easy to play with. Will the com be able to fighter sweep robot mines in the Emperor game?
No.
Okay.
It's a good question. Let me before I say no, I'm going to double check. I'm going to talk with you guys. We'll make some decision on that, because that is this rule application. We don't really have a policy on this. So the interdictor is kind of breaking how we've done things in the past, where we were just like, let's roll these things all the way in. But choosing not to roll the interdictor in is kind of putting a question about the policies here. So let us revisit the policy as a team. We'll have a discussion and decide what's the right policy for these type of changes, so that we can make the right decision. Because that is a huge one, obviously, particularly in the diplomatic setting of an Emperor game. So let's make a policy decision before I say it. My gut reaction is that it would go in, but I want rather have a policy and stick with it.
Okay. Someone asked, why not make internal temp regulation standard for robots?
Yeah, I thought about it. Actually, because I think it's kind of interesting, but chose not to.
Okay.
It's not really an answer, just giving one thing at a time.
I'm sure people are hearing my text message and notifications go off, so sorry about that, guys. Okay, where are we? Yeah, not enough on that one. Okay. Would it be a great change to give the Grand Marshals their title as their officer's rank like Emperor?
It would be kind of neat. Where to fit that in, we'd have to think about it. If it if it can fit in like maybe red under Emperor or something like that. But
No, I think maybe they mean like in their rank.
yeah, so they would have it as like a
Instead of being an admiral, they'd be
temporary
Grand Marshal
rank.
or Emperor. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think it does take some coding changes on the site, so we have to think about whether that's something we'll implement right now. But I like the idea.
Mm-hmm. Chrome asks, what about increasing the cargo on the Empire frigate?
We're still not gonna let them get more mine layers. It's just I think that's something that I'm never gonna crack on that, because it's the nature of the race. You know, there has to be some limitations. We're definitely, I don't know if you kind of get this impression, but like, if anything, I try to move the races further apart from each other than towards each other. I don't want them to be all the same. I want them to be different. I want them to be completely different experiences, and you got to find different tactical ways to solve problems. So I think the interdictor is a really powerful tool in this space controlling thing, and I think it's going to have a huge impact in lots of ways.
Someone at Calrin, former Emperor, asked, you won't start the Emperor game before Christmas, correct?
Well, we'll let the participants of the game decide. We can get if they're ready to get going, then we'll get them going. But if one of them says, you know, can you give me a few more days, then we'll honor that.
Excellent. Chrome asks, why not give the Valiant stealth armor?
The Valiant stealth armor. Interesting, but I think we've completely chosen to go in a different direction with it right now. So it's not a combat vessel. Yeah.
That said, I think the Skyfire should get stealth. You're not gonna. I mean,
Skyfire. That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Everyone wants a cloaking carrier. As a bird player, I would like a cloaking cargo carrier.
Yeah.
Gideon, we got more questions coming? Will the interdictor affect Empire ships? And I think the wording you used was enemy ships.
Yeah, it doesn't affect ships, your own ships, except in that it prevents tows. So you can't tow in that field regardless, even if it's your own self. But it won't prevent you from moving away or whatnot. They've got some harmonics or something that allows them to get through.
And that applies to safe passage allies as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Darian asks, can we get the Whisperer tools back?
Oh, the ones that were hosted on the previous server. We can look into that. It's a matter of finding a place to host them. I know that Whisper had uploaded them into the server storage basically, and we were like hosting them. They just need to be served from somewhere from web server. So they're quite simple. But we probably can bring them back in some way.
I can tell everyone we've talked about this, so we just got to work through some logistics and other choices. When the new server came on, some things changed infrastructurally that we can't just flip the switch and they're back.
Yeah, it was a pretty significant change. It was definitely a lot of work to switch to the new server. The old server was reaching the end of its lifespan, had been running for like 10 years or so, and definitely like was having hardware failures and whatnot. It's hosted in a data center in France, for those of you who are curious. And the new one is as well, but it's a much beefier machine and more stable. So feeling good about it.
Excellent. And speaking of a 10-year-old server, next month, Planets.nu celebrates its 15th birthday. 15 years of new. So if you guys didn't know that, we could have thrown that in the trivia. I don't know if anyone would got that one, but
Could have been in trivia. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a journey. It's been a long time working on this game, and all of you guys have made it a lot of fun and totally worth all the effort. So really appreciate all of you and sticking with. Some of you have been there since the beginning. So really appreciate it.
Me personally, I got just over 10 years now on New. Looks like we may have come to the end of our questions. I don't think I have anything to add. Any
Well, then it's a
comments?
good idea to say thank you, Greg, again, and for putting PlanetsCon live, and I'm really enjoying working with you, and I'm really thankful to the whole community again. So thank you all so much for supporting Planets.nu. And the biggest thing, again, I just want to reiterate is we really want to try to grow the community through friends and family, and reaching out to people that and inviting them, and just being forward. And we're gonna work from our side to try to create ways to make that make sense and fun for you to invite your fellow gamers. And I think the people to reach out to, in my mind, are the people that like playing strategic board games, right? It's not about Planets is not a game for gamers of shooters and those kind of things. It's a game for board gamers, people who like to just play a game with their friends, and that's the feeling we want to get for people. Is like, hey, you want to play a board game with your friends that you can't actually get together on a Saturday night together? Let's play it together online, and then when we see each other, we'll have something to talk about. So that's the idea. And let's kind of go back to the roots of Planets, and that's how it started for many of us, and that's how it started to grow in its early days, and that's what we're hoping is going to be a growth lever for us this year. So let's bring some people in by just straight up inviting them.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Joshua, and thank you everyone for joining us for PlanetsCon Live 2025. I'm going to give another shout out and thanks to all of my presenters and Renethros for helping with the trivia question. You have no idea how much that helped me, so I really appreciate it. And I even saw some comments that they really liked the questions this year, so good job on that. We're going to wrap up now, so thank you everyone, and we'll see you at League start next month. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everyone.